Aye.
Oh, okay. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Oh, you know what? There. All right. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to welcome everyone to today's Delta Independent Science Board meeting. As is our practice, we're going to start off with introductions and declarations. And I'd like to begin with the folks that are on the phone. So, Joe, are you on the phone?
Yes, I am. No new declarations.
Joy Zedler?
Yeah. Did you hear me?
Yeah, yes. Thank you, Joe.
Okay.
Joy, are you on the phone? How about John Weens? All right. I know John might be joining us late, and we'll stay tuned for Joy. So did someone just join the call?
This is Joy.
Hey, Joy, we're just doing
Hi.
our introductions and declarations. Do you have any changes?
No changes.
Thank you. All right. Liz Canuel, I just wanted to mention that I had participated in a meeting yesterday at the San Francisco Estuary Institute. This is a continuation of the project I've been working on changes in Delta primary production in the historical and contemporary Delta. So now we can just go around the table. So, Jay.
Jay Lund, no changes.
Steve Brandt, no changes.
Dick Norgaard, no changes.
Tom Holzer, no changes.
Tracy Collier, no changes. Vince Resch, because we're doing the monitoring review, I've been asked to design a monitoring program for an anti-malarial drug distribution program in West Africa.
All right. Thank you, everyone. So I'm just going to update the board on a couple of items. First of all, I wanted to bring to everyone's attention some items of interest that have been distributed since our last meeting. So Steve shared the IEP science strategy document with members of the board, and Edmund distributed this to everyone. This is a document that attention was brought to it during the, work that some of the ISB members are involved in with DPIC on developing a long-term scientific needs assessment. So thank you, Steve, for bringing that to our attention. We also received a document that was forwarded by Tom Holzer, and this was an editorial that appeared in a May 31st science issue of Science Magazine, which had a call to climate action. So it sort of feeds on some of our discussion at the last DISB meeting when we were discussing rapid environmental change. And the article is open access, so it's available to the full board. Let's see. I also wanted to mention that the ISB leadership will be giving a report or an update to the Delta Stewardship Council. The last time we gave an update to the Stewardship Council was in July of 2018, and at that time, Steve Brandt provided a general overview of the current activities of the board, and Tracy Collier also gave a presentation on the water quality review that we had completed. So on August 22nd, Steve and I will be meeting with the Stewardship Council and providing an update. We plan to sort of give a little bit of a retrospective picture. So Steve will, in his capacity as past chair, will talk about some of the activities that are underway or recently completed. So for example, highlights of the MER and ecosystem reviews, and also maybe some outgoing thoughts of his view from the perspective of past chair. And then I'll be giving more of a forward-looking presentation, introducing myself and some of the new directions that the board will be taking, and also providing an update on our recently completed review of IEP. So I guess what I'd be looking for from the board are ideas of things that you think we should be presenting to the Stewardship Council. I feel like you probably need a little bit of time to think about that. I mean, if anybody has ideas now, we're happy to hear them, but if you need some time to think about it, just feel free to pass those ideas along to Steve and I by email. So any thoughts from folks who are here or online?
Maybe an action item would have Madison and Edmund prepare our presentations.
They can help us with our presentations. How about that?
They can be very useful in telling us what we think.
Sounds good.
Yes. Well, we welcome all feedback. Joe or Joy, who are attending remotely, do you have any sort of initial thoughts about messages we would want to communicate to the Stewardship Council?
But we can think about and send you an email, right?
Yes, yeah, email
Okay.
is fine. And again, the date of that presentation is August 22nd, so a little bit over a month from this meeting. All right.
Liz?
Sorry.
Sorry,
Yeah.
we snuck in our little.
Okay, all right, yeah, actually,
I was just-
Tracy.
I was just thinking it would be really good, I think, since we are going to be discussing plans for future reviews at this meeting, I think we should vet it, or not vet it, but run those ideas by the council as soon as possible and get their feedback and see if we're going in the right direction, depending on how it goes today.
Okay, good idea. Tom?
I think one thing we'll discover as we go through the meeting today is that a rapid change it's almost getting kind of scary. There was one graph in the fourth assessment report that really, regarding sea level, that caught my eye. And as we go through our meeting today, I think the rapid change thing might be something we want to take careful notes on and at least alert the council to that, because from my personal perspective, that's probably the elephant in the room now. It's a very challenging problem to deal with. So, but it's pretty clear based on what I was reading in the meeting preps that that's sort of lurking in the background of not just Dick's presentation, but so many of the presentations.
And it's certainly it's a prominent theme in the media, and I think we're all experiencing rapid change. I know myself in Washington D.C. on Monday we had like a horrendous flood, 4 feet of water in streets of D.C. and surrounding. Of water fell within a 1 hour time period. So it's definitely something we need to be attentive to.
Yeah, and I think relaying that concern to the council is going to be important.
And I'll just add to that, on Monday, I was in Anchorage, and it was 95 degrees and wildfire smoke, and you couldn't even see the sun, and it was oppressive, and nobody has air conditioning. So
Yeah, I just heard a report from Alaska this morning on NPR that reiterated that.
It was warmer in Alaska than it was in Sacramento.
Liz,
Yes.
I'll add, last month at the council meeting, I updated them as part of my lead science report on the Monitoring Enterprise Workshop and just gave them an overview of the workshop that occurred. And I think they would be interested to know about that, the Monitoring Enterprise review, sort of the progress on that, as well as any other, in addition to the upcoming reviews, current reviews, I'm sure they'd be interested to hear about that.
Thank you. All right, well, so those are 3 great ideas, the idea of running by them ideas for future reviews, sort of emphasizing the theme of rapid environmental change, and then making sure that we cover the MER review and the recent workshop that was held. So, and again, I invite other feedback on the presentation over the next few weeks. The next thing I wanted to bring up was website accessibility. I know that, I think everyone is aware of this, but state and federal law currently requires state agencies to make electronic information accessible to people with disabilities. So the council, who hosts the products of the Delta ISB and our materials, is working on redesigning the website to ensure that it is accessible. And as a result of that, many of the posted and historical documents have been taken down from the council website while the council is working to make the content and documents compliant with this policy. So in the interim, if members of the board need documents that were posted previously, you should just let Edmund know, and he can download those for you. I know everybody is working very diligently on this, and I hope that we'll make progress and the website will be reinstated in the not-too-distant future. Tracy?
I would like to request that Edmund or whoever could, if we could maybe get copies of the pages showing the contents of all the previous board products and things. I mean, that's part of the problem, is we can't even go back to see how or when did we do a draft on this document. Just something that says so we even know what to ask for in some cases. Because as I said in our conversations, I often during these meetings will be going back through our previous products while we're talking. And this really is a big, at least for me, it's a big hindrance to the ability to work very effectively. Okay. So I would like to, if we could do something like that, that would really help.
Yeah, I could send out the kind of like the mock-up pages that were taken down, and then you guys can make requests.
So are you asking, I just want to clarify, is the request for like an inventory of the documents that were posted previously, just so we know, like what is the library that we can ask for? Okay, thank you. And Jay?
I guess everybody probably appreciates the irony of accessibility versus transparency here, and inaccessibility for everybody. But I like Tracy's idea that maybe we should suggest to the council that the pages that identify all the things be prioritized, even if the links to them cannot be live, so that people can be aware of the wide range of documents that are in principle available for request.
Is that an option, to just have the documents listed but not with links to the documents?
I can follow up after our meeting.
But that should be easy to make that accessible, I would think.
Right. Okay, so that sort of fills everybody in on what's been happening since our last meeting, and I just wanted to give an overview of the agenda for today's meeting. So we'll, after I finish my remarks, we'll have a report from the council chair and the executive officer report. We'll have an update on the progress that DPIC and members of the ISB are making in terms of responding to our recommendations. We'll also get an update from Dick on toward some process for informing research in the Delta under rapid environmental change. We'll have a report from John, the Delta lead scientist. We'll also have some discussion of the report that is now available for public comment on the Interagency Ecological program. We will have a slight adjustment in our agenda in that agenda item 8, which was Karen Kayfetz's presentation, has had to be postponed, so we'll reschedule that presentation for a future meeting. And as a result of that, depending on how other items, how long other items take to discuss, we may break a little bit early for lunch. And then this afternoon, we'll have a presentation from Guido Franco, who's the senior engineer with the California Energy Commission. He'll give us an overview of California's 4th climate change assessment. Then we'll have a board discussion on future reviews, and before we get into future reviews, we'll have board discussion on updates with current reviews, then we'll move into future reviews, and then we'll talk a little bit about our upcoming meeting schedule. For members of the public, I just want to remind you to fill out and turn in a blue slip if you have public comment on a specific agenda item. And also, when you're called to the presenters table, please be sure to state your name and affiliation. I think most of you are aware, but we do have members of the board who are with us today remotely. And I know, having been in that position, it can be difficult to follow who's at the table and who they're representing. So if you would just take the time to give an introduction, we would appreciate that. All right, so we're going to start with the council chair and executive officer reports, and Susan Tatayan and Jennifer Law will give those reports. Sorry, Jessica Law, I'm sorry. All right, so.
Good morning, board members. Thanks for having us this morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
I hope you all had a wonderful celebration of our nation's birthday. I spent 3 days in a row kayaking, and it was really tough to return. At the June 27 council meeting, we had a really rigorous, engaging exchange about the ecosystem amendment, and I have to say that completing the narrative was a major accomplishment, and having the entire narrative in front of council members and in front of folks who were at the meeting really triggered a lot of good questions. And I just wanted to highlight that some of the questions had to do with predation. Was one topic that kept coming up, and Clifton Court operations. And I find that fascinating that while we were trying to focus on ecosystem restoration and habitat, inevitably, of course, the Clifton Court operations and predation comes up. So that's what caught my attention, and I'll let Jessica dive deeper into how that conversation went.
Thanks. The backdrop for the meeting was at the Big Break Regional Shoreline, which was a really nice place to have the discussion. We spent about 2 hours reviewing the draft policies, proposed policies and recommendations. We had done that at a previous council meeting, but of course there was always more to discuss. The core strategies in the document remain the same. I think I've talked about that here before. And then again, as Susan said, we've got a draft narrative, which does feel like a big accomplishment. The conversation that we had with the council members, it is all online. You can watch the conversation if you're interested in seeing it. We also presented performance measures, including a performance measure that proposes about 60,000 to 80,000 acres of restoration. And if you have questions about that, we're happy to review it a little bit more. I just want to mention Ron Melser's here, and he's been working hard on the performance measures. John Calloway has been reviewing them as well, and we're getting peer review on the performance measures, or colleague review. But overall, the discussion was really good. We did talk a lot about specific topics like predation and predation hotspots, and the strategy to address those. We're really continuing to emphasize that ecosystem restoration, restoration to, restoring the function is really the way to go, and to not address individual or sort of more specific topics like predation or primary production, that to really take that ecosystem approach overall. I'd like to say all the information is up on the website. It's not. We are adjusting, but we are hard at work. We're happy to provide you copies of all the materials, but before you dive in, I would wait a few weeks because we're rapidly working on a public review draft of the document that will be posted to our website late August, hopefully not early September, but it'll have to be ADA accessible, so it'll all be up online pretty soon. The hope is to have something available for the August council meeting, and that will be the complete package. So the narrative, performance measures, policies, and recommendations. We'll have it available for 30-day public review, and then after that come back to the council and request sort of the next step in going to CEQA review with a proposed project description. So we're happy to provide you any copies if you like. You do have the staff report, which goes through and talks a lot about sort of the council discussion. I won't go into all the details, but where the council members have had input and feedback on the direction in the policies and recommendations. Any questions? Okay, just one short note on ADA accessibility. That was a good discussion. It is definitely an adjustment for us, and we are working very hard to get everything back online as soon as possible. For ISB members, we can probably figure out a way to do an internal file sharing system so that you have access. Of course, that makes sense. You're functionally staff. So we can figure that out, and I can work with Edmund on that. For the public, there is a lot of information about the council and council activities. Some of it is still on the website. The Delta Plan and the Delta Science Plan are on the website. There's a link to all of our videos from our council meetings that can be accessed through YouTube, and then also CalSpan. And then there's an email address at the bottom of the website, accessibility@deltacouncil.ca.gov, where if anyone is looking for materials, just email us at that website, and we're happy to provide any copies. And then the other thing to mention too is that Maven's Notebook has a lot of information about past council meetings, ISB meetings, workshops. There's a lot of information that's out there, but we want to make sure, obviously, that the website's accessible, but if there's any, just let us know, and we'll be happy to help you out with anything that you need. Okay.
Thank you.
I see on the agenda that we have an item on the Delta Lead Scientist recruitment. Liz, did you want me to address that, or do you want to lead off? And
maybe you could start, and
okay.
I can follow.
Yeah. So the last time we recruited a lead scientist, it was a very thorough process. And we had 3 members of the Independent Science Board participate in the process, and the chair and the vice chair and the executive officer of the council participated. And we found a magnificent person and hired him, named John Calloway. So we are feeling that we need to start the process as soon as possible. And the recruitment flyer is finished. No, not finished.
Draft. Jessica Pearson put together a draft and has forwarded that to USGS, because USGS is also involved.
Okay.
And they're reviewing now.
So still under review. So we need to start thinking about which Independent Science Board members want to participate in the hiring process.
Yeah, so I think just to follow, that will be a discussion amongst the board. And my understanding is that we can have 2 or 3 members of the ISB on the search committee. If we opt for 3, we'll have to, the meetings will have to be noticed in a different way than if we have just the 2. So I don't know if we want to have that discussion now. Go ahead, Steve.
Okay, do you have an approximate timetable of when there would be, the full announcement? Does the board get a chance to look at the announcement? And then what would be the rough timetable for the process?
Yes, the Independent Science Board will have a chance to look at the announcement. And John, could you give the details?
My term ends in August, the same as many of your terms, and I have to go back to teaching it
Next August.
Next August, yes. Yes, a little over a year from now, so that'll be 3 full years for me, and I have to go back to teaching at USF. So I think Jessica, I know talking to Jessica Pearson, we would like to get the announcement out as soon as possible, so that probably it would be something similar to the recruitment for the ISB, where there would, the closing date is September, right? So sometime probably in the fall, I would assume would be the closing date, so that interviews and everything could occur sometime in the winter, and then the council has to approve. Then the board would make a recommendation to, well, I guess the search committee first, and then the board, and then the council, and that would have to happen. Ideally, I think the person would start in July or August, so that there would be some overlap. When I started with Cliff, there was a month overlap, and I think it was very useful for me, so I think it would be ideal if we could do something similar with the next lead scientist.
Great. So if some of you are interested in serving on that search committee, maybe you could let me know if you're interested. I've actually spoken to Steve and asked him if he'll consider being on the search committee, just because he had been on the past search committee, and he is one member of the board who will continue beyond August of 2020. So I think it's important to have that perspective, but we can have at least one additional member and up to 2 additional members. Oh, Dick.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that unless the position statement is dramatically different, I don't think we should have to look at it. Let's keep the process moving.
I can tell you it's not dramatically different. So Jessica started with the previous draft, and we've tweaked it slightly, but there have not been major changes to it.
Sorry, I don't think your mic was on. I don't think everyone heard your comment. But
Yeah, so unless we think it needs to be tweaked, I think we should just let the process move forward.
And I think the sense of the board is that it doesn't need a major revision. All right, so we'll have that conversation, I guess, informally, or we'll continue that discussion at a future meeting. But again, if you have interest in serving on the search committee, please let me know. And see, Susan or Jessica, were you going to give an update on the July DPIC meeting also?
Yes. So for the first time ever, the Delta Plan Interagency Implementation Committee is meeting in the summer. Usually there are only 2 meetings a year, and at the suggestion of some of the DPIC members, we are holding an additional meeting. And the meeting will be focused solely on the governor's executive order for the secretaries of the Natural Resources Agency, Cali PA, and Department of Food and Ag to produce a statewide water portfolio. So work is progressing quite quickly, given that the goal is to produce a draft by September. And during the summer, what's going on is quite a variety of listening sessions. So Nancy Vogel was appointed the director of the Water Portfolio Initiative or program, and given the time frame, we just didn't have enough time to establish separate public meetings up and down the state. So venues such as the State Water Resources Control Board meeting, Regional Water Quality Control Board meeting, Department of Food and Ag meetings are being used as listening sessions. And this July 15 DPIC meeting, which will take place between 11 and 1, will be focused on the question of how the Delta Plan and the water portfolio can work together. So it'll be, I think, a really good discussion. I've already gotten emails from folks who plan on attending, and so I invite you to attend by webcast if you're interested. And we'll get to hear not only the secretaries of the agencies speak about their thoughts on the portfolio, but the chair of the Water Resources Control Board and our federal counterparts. So, and I have been working very closely with the working group that was established to develop the portfolio, and I have to say that it's an ambitious timeline, but it's really exciting. And the goal is to go beyond the California Water Action Plan, examine the priorities from that plan, probably reprioritize, and further integrate among the agencies and among the portfolio actions. So happy to answer any questions.
Does anybody have questions for Susan or Jessica? Anybody online have questions for Susan or Jessica?
Yes, I don't get the California papers, so I don't know too much about this. Is the idea just to be statewide instead of Delta-wide? Is that the big difference?
Yes, it'll be statewide. So as these listening sessions are taking place, quite a few staff at Department of Water Resources and State Water Resources Control Board are examining what the executive order called for, which is supply and demand projections, of course, impacts of climate change, and a number of other things that need to be evaluated to get a fair handle on how we're doing and what might be coming and what a portfolio should prepare us for.
Including water fix?
Water fix is no longer in the mix.
I thought there was a reduced version with one pipe.
Oh yes, conveyance is definitely part of the picture, and I think all of you are familiar with the governor's statement that the administration will be looking at a single tunnel. So yes, that will be part of the portfolio.
Jay has a question.
Mm-hmm. From the perspective of this body, certainly one of the things that we should be interested in is the role of science in this portfolio, and certainly from my perspective, the integration into essentially a science portfolio and how that's integrated into the management portfolios would be of interest to not only the Delta, but I think many of the water management problems that we have throughout the state regionally and statewide. And the propensity for every agency and every program to have its own independent science program, it doesn't always serve the whole or the parts very well.
I appreciate those comments, Jay, and there is discussion of that exact topic going on within the staff that are working on this, and I'm sure it will be a discussion at the meeting on the 15th.
Mm-hmm.
That's something we should have an interest in.
That's a good point, Jay. Right, any other questions? All right, well, I wanted to commend you on the progress with the ecosystem amendment. I'm sure that feels like a big hurdle to have gotten to the place where you are, and we look forward to seeing the next round of documents and participating in the discussion, as well as participating in the discussion of the science-based aspects of the water portfolio. So thank you both.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to switch gears, and Jay is going to lead the discussion of the next topic, which is an update on DPIC's progress on addressing the Delta ISB's recommendations to improve interagency science.
We've had a series of meetings, basically monthly for the last few months. Steve's been a part of those meetings, and he was part of the last meeting that I wasn't a part of this last Monday. We've started to put together, with the able assistance of Amanda Bowles, a timeline for how some of this might work, the development of a science needs assessment, an examination of the organization of Delta Science. We have put together an initial draft agenda for discussion of those committees. And we're developing a draft chapter for our submission as part of the overall DPIC effort. So I think it's going along pretty well. Steve, to add anything?
Yeah, we have a pretty good draft of what the actual two-day science needs assessment workshop will be about. And then it's thought at this stage to have the two-day workshop followed by maybe a half a day where policy people come in and so forth, sort of following the format of the Science Enterprise Workshop. Second thing, again, following the Science Enterprise Workshop, we thought that we should put together sort of a white paper or a briefing paper that would be given to participants and others prior to the actual workshop. This would be done following, again, the Science Enterprise sort of model, and in that we would talk about the role of climate change, the need for doing something, maybe talk about the science infrastructure and things like that, and really sort of lay a lot of the groundwork that would help prepare people for that workshop. That white paper has already been, has an initial rather detailed outline for that white paper. In terms of a timeline for the Scientific Needs Assessment Workshop, it's designed right now to be held sometime in early March, and there'll be a number of things prior to that that are laid out in terms of development of the white paper and various briefings and so forth. We would, of course, brief DPIC in their early November meeting about the status and where we are, and perhaps seek funding to fund the workshop. We also want to put this in the context of the other efforts going on, like Dick's effort in terms of getting seminar speakers, those sorts of things, which would presumably occur in the fall prior to everything, to sort of set the stage of what the big issues are, and John's effort on looking at future science at the Bay Conference coming up in October. And both of those would be sort of a prelude to a more detailed science needs assessment focus workshop in March.
Any questions from members of the board? Tracy?
Would that be shared with the full board of the what that briefing paper is going to look like?
It's hasn't even. I'll let Amanda speak to this too, but it's okay. That has been only really commented by a couple people so far. It hasn't really gone to the work group for sort of a
vetting?
detailed assessment of that.
Just you said it was a very detailed outline, so I thought, it sounds like the outline is virtually done, so I was just thinking it would be useful to look
It's
at
a
it
couple
for us.
pages.
It's detailed, 2 pages.
What
First
font,
draft.
what font size? I'm just kidding.
Two.
I can tell you what it is now, but again, this hasn't been looked at this will evolve, and I think we're talking about completing a first draft of that briefing paper. Right now it's scheduled for, believe it or not, October 18th, and so there is some sort of a schedule, but it talks about introduction approaches to organizing a science needs assessment, grand challenges and so forth, today's dispersed science, there's a table, major science problems, initial draft assessment of the science needs, improving science organization and governance, these are chapters with subheadings, science funding, how much and so forth, workshop objectives and conclusions and next steps. That's just been looked at by a couple people, and now this mini work group that's working on things will have a chance to explore that.
And I was just asking that because with what Dick's doing, the DPIC effort, everything, there's a lot going on, and we're all trying to think bigger picture, think, the down the road, going faster and faster, and what are we going to do about it? So I just, when it's, and I'm not saying right now, but if there is an outline that gives basically the substance of what this science needs workshop is going to cover, as soon as it's ready to be shared with the board in some fashion, I think it would be good to people just to read it and give some initial reactions and say, whoa, wait a second, or hey, this is great.
Yeah, what I mentioned was the white paper. The science needs assessment workshop is 5 or 6 pages, and that's fairly well vetted, at least through the group at least once, so I think we can
Yeah, I think we should.
we can share that.
Just share whatever you can.
Yeah,
We'll share whatever Edmund allows us to share. So.
I have to agree, like, it would be good to keep the full board engaged as much as, I guess, to the extent that we're able to be included.
Very good idea.
I'll just add some details on there is a session that's 22nd. Actually, Amanda and Jessica Law and I had taken the ideas that you guys have been thinking about in terms of forward-looking science for the Delta, and we thought it would be a great opportunity to raise awareness of that in the Bay and the Delta and across the entire estuary, and also an opportunity to let people know about the upcoming workshop that will happen, so that there'll be that opportunity. And so Yumi Henneberry is going to be the moderator for that session, since she's been working so much on the DPIC, the white paper, and other efforts. And then the current panel is Steve Brandt, Steve Goldbeck from the BCDC, who give a perspective from the regulatory agency, Liz Whiteman, the executive director at the Ocean Science Trust. So it's going to look not just at that'll include some sort of bigger even than the Bay and Delta, looking on the coast. Jesse Lacey from USGS, who works on sediment transport in the estuary, and Mike Chakowski from USGS, who I think you all know and has worked on the Delta for a long time. So it'll be a mix of those sort of science and manager perspectives, and it'll be a panel discussion, not presentations.
Just a quick question. So in terms of the format, would the idea be that the panelists will each give short presentations, and then there will be some overarching questions that the panelists discuss?
Probably very short, just a few-minute introduction with much more time for discussion. So if you have some good ideas for questions and things that you'd like to raise, let us know, and we can forward those to Yumi.
Any other updates or thoughts on progress from Stephen J., or any comments from the board? Yeah, you can come up. And again, just introduce yourself.
Thank you, and I'll fill out a card. Greg Zlotnick with the San Juan Water District. Just a comment in terms of the assessment, and we've heard, and maybe it's implicit, I've been away from the process for a while when you say Delta, but it obviously includes the Bay, and you're bringing in potentially the ocean. are you also going to be looking upstream at the tributaries? And I would encourage you to look at and talk with the science program within the voluntary agreement process that's going on as part of the Water Quality Control Plan update, and see if and how it would make sense to try to integrate some of the upstream science as well. This is something that's being discussed as part of that process, and would not want your process to be siloed away from it while these other conversations are going on and how to integrate everything. So just a comment on that you might want to look at. Thank you.
Thanks, Greg. Okay, so we'll move on to the next discussion topic. This is a report from Dick on the process that he is leading to inform research in the Delta under rapid environmental change. So if you want to update us on where you are in that process.
So I think we are finally getting moving fast enough that we'll have product pretty quickly, at least draft product in the form of a discussion paper. This would be specifically a paper that is not something everybody in the board is necessarily going to say, gee, I want to sign my name off on this, but gee, this is interesting. And it'll be a way of getting the speakers thinking and on the same page. So it is kind of an awkward paper, but I'm now getting feedback from the other three on the team and in a position where I can move forward, and pretty soon we'll be writing it as a group. We also have speakers identified as a first round, but we have not yet sorted them amongst ourselves. We haven't really started to vet, but I think we can start doing that also. I would like to have this draft paper available for public by the next meeting, hopefully. But again, we don't think this is going to be a paper that every board member says, yes, this is a statement of the board. And yet, what is it? Because it's clearly been written by some board members, and other board members have chimed in. I mean, we may get to a point where every board member says, yeah, I do want to sign on to this. But we may not.
Sorry to interrupt. Could you just clarify what you mean a little bit by a discussion paper? So is it a white paper? Is it some, sorry.
So at this point, I've been reviewing sort of how science has been adapting to the Anthropocene, and looking at the last 20, 30 years of sort of change, though I do a deeper history, looking at change and how we've looked at nature over the last 200 years, just to keep reminding us that science does change. And we come up with some conflictual things. We know we're in the Anthropocene. We know it's human-driven. This suggests we ought to have coupled human natural systems models. Coupled human natural systems models take more data, more scientists, longer time to do. Whoops, things are going more rapidly. We have to do science faster. And so I'm trying to identify things like this. Resilience is another one. There's just been an explosion in the use of the word resilience. And it seems to be sort of the salve for all possible wounds. And so I raised some questions about that. Other board members might want to work with it even further or less. But I think it is a serious issue, that the term resilience has scientific definitions that have taken on wholly new meanings, and words do change their meanings, but we kind of need to make sure we're all moving along with them. I also have a section on how science is organized, because there's a whole new school of thinking, again along the resilience lines in the Stockholm Resilience Center, that really is a much more participatory science than what we have now, and yet that too takes more time. And So I'm trying to look at what's happening and saying, does this make sense? And as we get feedback from the other members, hopefully it'll form into an interesting paper that'll rile up our discussion speakers.
Okay. I think we have questions from the board. Vince?
Dick, are you writing this alone, or is there another board member writing it with you? Or?
So the other members are Tracy, Tom, and John.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and we're now almost working together. Almost.
This is not a board document like a review, but it's a kind of perspective document. Am I right?
This is the question. So I think Tom's email to me was, let's do it and see where the other board members fall on this, and then decide what we're doing with the paper. But it doesn't mean we can't, as a subgroup, submit it to SFEWS as an interesting paper, or use it to stimulate discussion and say, this is controversial amongst ourselves, but controversy is how you get discussion going.
Tom?
Maybe to help clarify what it is, and Dick, I don't know, I haven't used this word with you before, so I'm not sure you concur. But it's the document so far is a little like a scientific op-ed, I guess. In that it's sort of how we feel about things, but it's talking about science. That's the subject in the context of the changes that it looks like we're incurring. Some better known than others. But my impression, op-ed might give you the sense of what we're doing. Would you agree with that?
No, I agree. That's a very good description of the style in which it's written. It is. But John has redirected me much more towards a scientific paper style, and I'm trying that, and that's also working. So we'll see where we.
So will it be reviewed before we? Where will it be published, Dick? What is the plan?
Well, I think we are doing adaptive management here, and seeing what happens as we go. And so we don't have a plan. We do have several possible scenarios, and I think I laid those out.
Okay.
Steve?
Yeah, it seems like what you said recently, Dick, is that it's a good sort of topic to generate discussion. It seems like given what we're doing at We the Board and DPIC is doing on this topic, it seems like it'd be worthwhile to bring it to the full board and just have just an open debate and discussion, because that might help us think about where we really want to go and who we really want to invite for the fall, and maybe even help direct a little bit of the science needs in the white paper that's being developed. So is that something you think would be ready for us to debate in September and or face-to-face?
What I already have is quite debatable, but I'll try to make it better in the next few weeks and work it out with the other three members on the team.
Yeah, I imagine there will be a lot of interest from members of the board, and, folks may may comment or want to join the authorship team depending on their perspectives.
Right. No, it's definitely looking for everybody's input, but that doesn't mean everybody would want to say, gee, this is a product of the board.
Yeah, I think
there could be an op-ed about your op-ed.
Could do that.
Or a minority report.
Yeah, the other thing I wanted to just follow up on are the speakers. So my understanding is that this would be a group of speakers that we would have at board meetings in the fall and maybe moving into the winter. So I don't know, depending on where your speakers are located and what their schedules look like, I think it's good to kind of plan plan that out, because it can be difficult to schedule some speakers on short notice.
So I guess I'm not sure on the rules, but certainly the preparation of, well, the circulation of board work, once it becomes circulating enough, it needs to go public. But at this point, we're only circulating the list of possible speakers among the four of us. But I don't know if that is something that would be restrictive under the open access. I certainly ought to be able to do it with you.
Yeah, I'm looking at Edmund for guidance. I mean,
Yeah,
I think
we used to have our lawyer present.
Well, if it is a list to be viewed by the entire board, then it would become a public document. But
yes, that's correct. If you want it for discussion at a meeting, it'll need to be public.
Okay.
so maybe the working group could, I don't know, have further discussion and vet the list a bit more before it's presented to the board, since that would have to be done in a public way. But yeah, and also we're planning our fall schedule and such.
Let me make a different interpretation, because wouldn't this fall under personnel matters? I mean, it would seem a little bit strange to me that possible speakers around the country would find their names being discussed or find their names on the website as a possible speaker to come here, and that this really becomes a personnel matter, and we ought to be able to do that without doing it in public.
Another option is, if you want me to share your ideas, I can share them privately.
Yeah, well, I think doing it through you is always best.
Yeah, so but I agree we shouldn't be mentioning names if they haven't been contacted.
Okay.
Which is typically what we do. We don't talk about people until we actually contact them. So if you want to give me the names after the meeting, I can circulate those around.
Thanks.
Right. Well, keep us posted on both the document that you're preparing as well as the potential list of speakers, so that we can begin to think about incorporating speakers into our board meetings this fall. All right. Okay, we're a little bit ahead of schedule. I think we'll just go on to John Calloway's Delta Lead Scientist report.
Great. Thank you, Liz. So I have a number of items to update you on. The first is the recruitment for the ISB members. And so you've all seen that announcement has gone out. Unfortunately, with the web page, that is no longer ADA compliant. And so we are updating that. And so there'll be a slightly different version of the flyer. But we appreciate I appreciate many of you have given some very good suggestions. We actually have a growing list a really good list of potential candidates, and over the next month or so, we are starting to contact those potential candidates to gauge their interest in applying. And we continue to spread the word through professional societies and other mechanisms through the council's council's email list, and so I think it's gone out pretty widely. And I've actually heard from colleagues from out of state who've heard about it. So I know it went to all the Sea Grant programs. So we're getting some good coverage on that. In addition to that recruitment update, upcoming, we have the Delta Science Fellowship. There will be applications accepted for that this fall, and so we sent out an announcement just to let people know about it in advance. We actually haven't finalized the application date or anything. It will be opening in August, and I think closing likely in October. But we haven't finalized those. But shortly, we'll send out a more formal announcement for that. And remember that Science Fellowship is open both to students and to postdocs. In the past, we've funded anywhere from about 7 to 10. And for the first time this year, we're opening it up to master's students in addition to PhD students. So I encourage you to let your colleagues and students know about that opportunity. I also want to let you know that the science plan is out, and you have a copy at the table. Those of you on the phone, Joy and Joe and John, if you're on yet, we will be mailing that to you shortly, so you should get it in the next week or so. I think it came out. We appreciated all of your input. We tried to really address a lot of the comments that you provided in terms of providing more of a focus on climate issues and many of the other comments you had. I think it really is a very good update to the original science plan in terms of providing some guidance on collaborative science. It clearly isn't a science plan that addresses specific topics, but one of the key recommendations in there is that we do really need to make progress on developing those kind of more specific science plans that I know, Tom, you and others raised questions about. I think in terms of your letter to DPIC and the ongoing effort, I think that really ties in very well with many of the recommendations that are there in terms of funding and implementing science. So I think we're now distributing it to agency staff and to others. There's actually copies here, so anyone who's interested, I'd encourage you to grab a copy out on the table. If you're listening and you'd like to get a copy, let us know. And we want it to be widely used and distributed. So we're right now working to get it out as widely as possible, and also thinking about how we can improve implementation of that with our other agency collaborators. So any questions on any of those first items or any comments?
I was just going to ask you if you could send the announcement for the Delta Science Fellows to members of the ISB, since many of us are affiliated with universities and could help in the distribution process.
Yeah, so we'll forward to you. We sent out sort of like just a save the date kind of thing of letting people know, but the formal announcement hasn't gone out. But we'll send you that. If you didn't get that, we'll send that to you directly, and then when it comes out, we will certainly send it out. It'll be handled as it has in the past by California Sea Grant, the application process. So they're also working with us to help distribute it. Tom, did you have a question?
Yeah, could you say a few more words about how you engage the other agencies in the plan?
In the plan?
Yeah.
Well, so we did a workshop in terms of developing it. We did a workshop where a broad range. There were, I think, 70 or 80 participants there, including some of you who were there at that workshop. So that was one of the key ways. And then we did targeted outreach to individual agencies and to organizations like CAMPT, the multi-agency organizations like CAMPT and the IEP, to get their input. And then now we're really working just to try to get their input on implementation. So as we distribute it, we're really trying to work with those agency staff to get their input on specific action. So as in the past plan, within the particular actions that are identify lead agencies or lead responsibilities, and then other participants. So the opportunity for collaboration really is around those individual actions.
Is there any way of tracking how much response you're getting to those recommendations for actions?
Yeah, so we have talked about sort of performance measures for the plan, and we are. You'll see that in the first part of the plan, we highlight, in terms of the original plan, what kinds of traction, what kinds of achievements there have been towards the original plan actions, and we are thinking more specifically now to be following that immediately, so that we can really identify up front rather than waiting till till we get to the next update of where we're getting traction.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So A few other items to highlight. There's the article that I presented to the council that I wanted to mention briefly is an article that came out in Nature Scientific Reports. Dynamic flood modeling is essential to assessing the coastal impacts of climate change. This is by Patrick Barnard and his colleagues. And it doesn't focus specifically on the Delta. It really looks much more at coastal issues related to climate change. The key, and they highlight the model that they've developed called Cosmos, or the Coastal Storm Modeling System. I think the key take-home message from the article is that sea level rise obviously is a critical piece of climate change, but that's not the only thing to be thinking about. And so storm impacts, king tidal of tide events, high tide events, and other components that are going to affect water level are really critical. And so they talk about this dynamic approach to modeling, not just looking at only sea level rise. And they highlight that their model incorporates all of those factors. If you compare effects of just sea level rise to sea level rise with storm surge and other factors, there's a significant increase in the susceptibility of areas to flooding. And the other component of their model is that they've linked it to not just ecosystem impacts, but to economic impacts and flooding of infrastructure. And they highlight that there's a threefold increase in the population that is potentially vulnerable to flooding if you incorporate these dynamic components in addition to just sea level rise. So I think that's a valuable contribution. And interestingly, it was featured, or there was a note in Science just this week about public awareness of these kinds of issues, and the fact that the public announcement of this was severely screened by the administration, and significant components of it were vetted from the public document that went out around it. They couldn't talk about some of the issues. They had to reword things before the public announcement went out. And if you're interested, I'll send you that link. Tom, I'm sure you are interested.
Hi, this is John. I'm doing this now.
I asked Edmund to recirculate that article because you had done it.
The previous article, the other article,
because when I read it, another message I got from it was the importance of prediction.
Yeah.
And I thought that was really how it applied to the Delta. And I remember, I think it was soon after I joined the board, I went to one of the IEP workshops. And I remember quite a few of us when we were sort of going through reflections, that the process modeling was a concern. That there was a lot of good data collection, but those models are so important to predictions, and that's what I carried away from that article. And I think there's one line in there where they stated just very eloquently the importance of having scientifically based process models that enable you to at least anticipate some of the future consequences in a better way. And so I found that article to be a very helpful one in terms of providing insight for how we might proceed with the Delta.
That was a separate article, so that was the one on riverine issues. This one that I just mentioned is on coastal.
Oh, okay.
Coastal science issues.
Oh, so
Patrick Barnard. This is a separate article.
Okay, I got confused.
But I'll forward you that this new article on coastal issues.
Yeah.
But they're definitely related.
As I said earlier, it was interesting maybe as it sort of rippled through with what Dick's group has been working on, and even the NEPIC effort. That the future is a real challenge for us, and so to the extent we can benefit from thoughts of people who have thought hard about it, it's an important thing to do.
Good. And John Weens, did I hear you on the phone?
Yeah, I'm on now.
Okay. Did you have a question?
No, I just wanted to check in.
Okay. Okay, and then the other article the other thing I wanted to let you know about is that the new issue of SFUS, the San Francisco Estuary Watershed Science, is out. There's an article there that I'll forward to you that by Ted Summer, who I think you all know, Louise Conrad from the science program, and Steve Culberson, the lead scientist for IEP. The three of them put out an article, an essay on 10 essential Bay Delta articles. So they just are highlighting some of the recent articles from the mid-90s to the present that are really critical articles that everyone should be aware of. And I think you probably all are aware of them, but it's a nice summary, and I'll forward that on to you.
Just a quick question. Are those articles that were published in San Francisco Estuary and Watershed Science, or just articles that are out in the broader literature?
They're all any article, so that's not restricted just to SFUs. It includes articles on the pelagic organism decline, on X2 salinity issues, on other food web issues, invasive species. So I think they felt it was that, we sort of forget some of the much of what's happened, and so they wanted to re-alert people to some of the key articles over the last 20 years.
That's great. I think Vince has a question.
John, one of the things you may do is when you're sending more information out to people that are interested in the position is to send them that article or the link to that article as to see the issues that they're going to be confronting if they do join the board.
That's a great suggestion.
That's a great idea.
Okay, then I also wanted to just let you know about a few recent events and upcoming events that have happened. So I think you all know we've had this brown bag series on Bay Delta connections that initially was, there was a presentation on Chesapeake Bay issues. The second presentation was last month, June 25th, by Stephanie Fong from the IEP, and she focused on water quality issues here in the Delta and really framed things around boundary issues and the challenges of breaking across boundaries, looking at that not just as a challenge but an opportunity to improve the way we manage water quality. And we've had some problems with AV in this room. It's working great today, but for her seminar we had some challenges. It was recorded. If you were trying to listen online, I don't think it was working well at all, but it has been recorded, and if you want to listen back to it, it is, I think it has been posted, or if it hasn't, we'll let you know when that is posted. And then upcoming on July 18th, Jim Klern will be the third speaker and final speaker in that series. He's going to talk about more about the Bay, but again, water quality issues across the Bay Delta and ocean connections. So that's July 18th at lunchtime. And then upcoming events, the Social Science Task Force is having their second public workshop, Human Dimensions Research in Delta Environments. That's July 23rd. I know that some of you are planning to come. It will not be webcast, but I think you'll get an update from myself or from other board members. I think Dick and Vince, you're planning to come, I hope. And it actually has a great collection of speakers. They'll be looking at 3 different issues. They'll be looking at flood risk, invasive species, and water and ecosystems, with a few speakers on each of those, and then a discussion around what kinds of research has gone on here or in other places that will really inform the social science aspect of each of those issues. So actually, I printed out and I'll forward you a link to the agenda so that you can see the speakers and their bios. It's a great list. And then coming up at the end of August 29th, there's an invasive species symposium that we're collaborating on that with UC Davis. The focus of that will be on remote sensing and using the use of remote sensing tools to evaluate impacts or detect invasive species. And registration for that is open right now. And that's all I have. Any questions on any of those issues? Tracy?
On Stephanie Fong's seminar, Edmund sent me the link. I don't think it's posted, but he can send you the link, and then because I watched it last night.
Okay,
So
great.
that it just looks like the first couple of minutes were cut off of it. Like it didn't start right away, but.
Yeah.
Any questions for John from people who are online?
Okay, well then I will turn it over to Madison, and Madison is going to give us an overview of the project that she's been working on zooplankton synthesis.
Yeah, so I'm just going to give you guys an update of what I've been working on. So I've gotten to work on a couple different projects with the science program. One of the bigger ones is a zooplankton synthesis project, it's actually an IEP synthesis project on zooplankton, and it's led by Karen Kayfetz actually. And a couple other members from the science program are working on it a lot as well, and also some other agencies in the Delta, so it's been good to have an interagency project that I'm able to work on. And it kind of started because there's a lot of zooplankton, or several zooplankton monitoring projects in the Delta, and some of them date back to like the 1970s. But a lot of this data hasn't really been synthesized or combined, because often it's not easily accessible online, and the data is in different formats, so it makes it pretty difficult for people to combine. So our goal is to basically combine all this data and synthesize it so that it can be easily accessed by others. We're also writing a technical report on the different methodological inconsistencies or differences between all these projects. So right now we're writing our code to be able to combine all this data together, and so that it can be queried later on by different users. We have come across a couple, difficulties in this process. One of them being that a lot of the projects do use different taxonomic classifications or levels of taxonomic classification, so trying to write that into our code to kind of choose like the most common taxonomic level among all these data sets, and that can differ between data sets and also among years within a data set, especially if it's decades long. So that's been interesting and a lot to kind of figure out. And then also, obviously, a lot of the studies use different methods over time or among one another. So we're writing a technical report to kind of, we're starting that to, summarize all the different methodologies used and kind of if these data can be combined, or just to kind of better inform all the different methods going on with zooplankton collection in the Delta. So I guess the end products would be this big combined data set, and then a function to allow users to easily query the data based on a bunch of different environmental factors, and also this technical report that kind of explains all these different methods that are being used, and then metadata to go along with the big data set. And so basically trying to be easy to use so people can use it for their own research, especially since zooplankton are so important in the food web in the Delta, and also just make it, streamline zooplankton sampling in the future, especially among users in the Delta, so that data can be more easily combined, and also methods are more streamlined among different projects. And I've really enjoyed working on it so far. Definitely learned a lot about zooplankton, which I didn't have any background in, and I'm working with large data sets and all of the process that comes along with synthesis and combining data from completely different projects. So it's been great so far.
Great. That sounds like a very interesting project.
Yeah.
I have a couple of questions about the possible products that would emerge out of this effort. So one is to think about having a DOI for the combined data set. So basically there's a data product that can be referenced and used both by the larger scientific community, but also gives credit to the effort that you're doing, and allows people to cite that product in the future. And then I guess the other thing would be just to encourage you to think maybe beyond a technical report to actually like a publication in the peer-reviewed literature.
Yeah, those are really great points. I don't know, maybe we haven't talked specifically about a DOI, but definitely putting the data online. But that's great. I'll definitely bring that up to everyone, but they might have already thought about stuff like that. And I know like some of the data has DOI, so that would make a lot of sense from the individual projects. And then definitely going beyond a technical report would be, I think, really useful as well, because I know a lot of people probably do encounter similar issues with synthesis projects and combining data sets in that process. So it's great, good idea.
Vince?
We've taken all of our long-term data and put it on the Internet Archive, which is very easily accessible too. So having a DOI and posting it in multiple places, I think, would be a good idea as well.
Other feedback from the group? I mean, it sounds like a really both ambitious project as well as a project that will yield a really important and useful product for the community.
Yeah, and I think there'll be a lot of different uses for it. People more interested in community analysis or zooplankton as food for fish or interested in specific species. And it's definitely a big project, but we have there's several other staff members working on it, so it's been a joint effort. Yeah.
Great. Any comments or feedback to Madison from the folks who are participating remotely?
Just a big thank you for her efforts.
Thank you, Joy.
All right. Well, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Sounds great. Keep us posted on your progress, and we look forward to maybe a report further along in your time with us.
Yeah, thank you.
Great. Any questions for John from members of the board or from members of the public? Tracy?
So John, what would be required to extend you another year? Just thought I'd check.
Teach my classes at USF.
Between the 10 of us, we could probably teach your classes. We could do that.
We can talk.
All right. Well, let's see. We're at break time, so we have a break scheduled that was supposed to begin at 10:35. We're at 10:21. So why don't we take a 15-minute break? And actually, sorry, I'm going to just interject. Before we do that, John Weens, would you take just a minute to introduce yourself and let us know whether there have been any changes in your status since the last meeting?
Sure. I'm John. There are no changes in status, and I wish I was there.
We wish you were here, too. All right, so we'll take a 15-minute break, and that means we will resume at 10:37. So let's say at 10:40 we'll start back. Thank you. Okay, we're going to get started with the second part of our morning session. Okay, so the next item on the agenda is a board discussion of the draft report on, our draft review of the Interagency Ecological Program, and Vince is going to walk us through some of the background information as well as some of the responses that we have received, and also maybe talk about moving forward. So I'll turn it over to you, Vince.
Thank you, Liz. Just to remind everybody, the lead writing group, which is the new term that legal has requested, legal department that we use instead of working groups, the lead writing group, consists of Liz, Tracy, Dick, and me. Now, as you know, the draft report has gone out for public comment on June 14th of this year. It was taken down on July 1st and reposted on July 9th to ensure that it meets the accessibility requirements, and public comments close on July 26th. Thus far, we received 3 comments from the Delta ISB members, and we thank them all for those. There was one comment that may be worth discussing about the wording of a recommendation that Joy commented on, and maybe she can elaborate on this for discussion among us. We have not received any comments from the public as of yet. We have contacted Steve Culberson and Stephanie Fong and asked them if they would provide comments, since we feel they are the most, we would get the most important and salient comments from them. The lead writing group will be meeting tomorrow morning and will be discussing several issues around the report in detail. First, we want to make sure that the IEP is available for public comments, given that the website's been down, and that has been taken care of. We'll go over the comments received thus far from the Delta Independent Science Board members. We'll decide what we will present at the IEP meeting when the report is final. 2 of us can be there. That's the limit as to how many can attend. And the next meetings are scheduled for September 11th and December 11th, and I would hope that we can make the September 11th meeting. We'll know by the next August ISB telephone call when the report will be finalized based on number of public comments, which will help us scheduling the next ISB, the whole ISB presentation by 2 members to the directors. And we'll also make a presentation to the Delta Stewardship Council. Liz mentioned that she and Steve are going to present an update of what we've done. And I think mentioning the fact that it's out for public comments, not dwelling too much on the recommendations would probably be good, because it won't be finalized. Well, it may be finalized by that time, so that we can leave that up to you. Tomorrow we'll discuss plans for any outreach for the report, or follow-up like we've done for the other reviews, including a discussion about the possible preparation of a 1-page summary, as we've done for the other reviews in the past. Now, all of the Delta ISB members have seen the various drafts of the IEP report, and wherever possible, and I can say in almost the vast majority of the cases, we have incorporated edits and suggestions for inclusion, expansion, deletion, because we wanted this to be a board report, not the writing group report. So what we'll do is I'd like to open it to a discussion about the IEP report, and all of you have received Dick's alternative approach to the recommendations. We've not received any written comments from the board about them. Everybody's seen them, and I would like to add that Jay suggested that we have a conclusion of the report, and we have used the material that Dick prepared as the alternative approach in preparing those conclusions, which was a really good suggestion. I think this worked in very well, because we're reiterating a lot of points in a different fashion. So if there are any comments from the board, Joy, if you would talk a little about recommendation 4, about some of the wording that was bothering you, that would be good for all of us to hear.
Okay, maybe Edmund could read what I wrote, because I'm having trouble finding that email. I remember aggregated that bothered me, because I wasn't sure what you were proposing to be disaggregated. Yeah, disaggregation is the word that you really raised a point about. So just to read that part. Okay. Evaluation of the organization or of IEP, or the possible disaggregation of IEP into mandated monitoring and research that is oriented to management needs, might inspire new commitment and enthusiasm. Right. And I know there's a suggestion about joint powers associations as well, and I really don't know how they operate that's different. And when I went to the more extended text, I couldn't see clarification, so perhaps you can enlighten me.
So I'm not sure we could hear all of your comments, Joy. So you're asking for clarification about a recommendation pertaining to a joint powers authority? Because I don't think we made that recommendation.
Wasn't it mentioned? I just recall it being mentioned at one point. At any rate, the thing I wrote about was the disaggregation. So what would be disaggregated?
Well, we were trying to talk about, We were trying to talk about the possible reorganization of IEP, and yet IEP does so many things very effectively that we were looking for a word that would not call for total reorganization, but perhaps separation into subunits. And we couldn't come up with a word better than disaggregation, which is why we use that as sort of a vague hint at what we do. And then in the text, we discuss that in more detail, probably saying a little clear, but again, with the recommendations, we were trying to be more concise. And in that follow-up, area, the background overview of IEP and the Delta, we bring up the various discussions that have been held about multiple groups doing this, about the issue being taken over by the Delta Science Program or one of the other groups. And again, we're not making a recommendation that it happen as much as it be considered. That was the important thing we wanted to finesse.
If you repeated the word disaggregated in the more lengthy discussion, it would be clearer to me.
So again, we're having a little bit of difficulty hearing you, but I think what you were recommending is that we discuss the ways to disaggregate in more detail within the body of the review. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. We've discussed this over and over again, and we actually chose not to do a discussion as much as to ask them to consider a possible discussion. We didn't want to make recommendations about how they should separate. As I say, they do so many things very effectively, and actually the work plan for IEP that just came out this year, discusses various things that are looking for the future. We didn't think that it was the board's role to recommend at this point how they should reorganize as much as to suggest the possibility. And I'd like to open it to other members of the writing group about this as well. I know we're hedging because we don't want to throw out the baby with the bathwater, if you know what I'm saying. We'd like them to consider various alternatives, this being one in terms of their effectiveness. Tracy?
Yeah, Joy, we heard many times in the interviews from certain parties that IEP needs to be disaggregated or broken apart or reformed, and other people said absolutely not. And my sense is we're coming down on the side of it's probably not a good idea to do that, but we want to recognize the tension in the region about some people feeling very strongly that should happen. So what we were trying to say with that statement was, as you consider possible reorganizations, you should think about disaggregation as well. Consider it, and maybe there could be persuasive arguments to be made, but it needs to be made as a regional or as an IEP stakeholders discussion, and it's not really up to us, the ISB, who there's a lot of parts to this IEP organization, and we could, based on our way less than perfect knowledge and very incomplete understanding of everything that goes into it. Sure, we can always make recommendations, but as Vince said, it's really not our place. It's the stakeholders' place and the IEP directors to have that discussion, and we're trying to highlight you should include that consideration in your discussions. So that's the part we're trying to get across.
Is subdivide a synonym for it?
That's what we struggled with. That's what we struggled with. We came up with that as a...
Disaggregation is as good as I can think of.
Yeah. Jay just said it was as good as he could think of. One of the things that
a tear down and rebuild is what you do in home remodeling. So
yeah.
I think that's what we were trying to avoid.
Right.
Yeah. One of the things when after our meeting tomorrow, I'm going to contact Stephanie and Steve, and one of the things I'm going to ask them to concentrate on is the recommendations. That's really, there may be parts that we slightly misinterpreted in our rationale, but I think recommendations are the key that we want to mention. Dick, do you have any comments you want to add on that? on disaggregation.
So I guess when I discuss an alternative approach, I can discuss that, but not,
Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
I start fresh.
Liz, how about you? You've kind of expressed your ideas.
About disaggregation? Yeah, I think one of the things I took away from doing this review is that IEP is a very complex organization, and that there are a lot of nuances and vulnerabilities in that complexity. And so, we were trying to suggest that some attention be given to thinking about alternative organizational structures, and that maybe alternative organizational structures would make IEP more effective, but we didn't want to explicitly recommend a structure for them to pursue.
Yeah. If you remember, Joy, in our report, we opened up that if there wasn't an IEP, our first recommendation would be that one be created. But as Liz says, there's so much complexity around it that, and again, forces that want to disaggregate IEP are very strong, especially with the current administration in Washington. So we really wanted to be very careful that we weren't pushing that without careful consideration. As Tracy said, the use of this should be the stakeholders' decisions, really not ours, about how to do this. Joy, any further comments or?
Maybe repeating the word in the lengthier discussion would help, just so that
Okay.
heard.
Thank you.
It seemed to me to be a huge shift, and yet it didn't get explained.
Okay. Tom?
I understand better now.
Oh.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Joy, again, for all your comments.
I wanted to address recommendation 10, and it gets back to what I was talking about earlier in terms of making better predictions. And I think that's what recommendation 10 is all about, but it doesn't really come across that way very well, because it sort of gets lost in the technical jargon.
Yeah. Recommendation 10, I have to admit, I was the one that pushed the idea of experimentation, but I think we could go beyond that with, I'm not sure the word prediction, or maybe you can come up with something.
Something.
Well, we were saying monitoring is not enough to answer a lot of these management questions, and we just used experimentation as one of the examples.
Yeah.
Again, if you have some rewording that you can suggest before we meet tomorrow, that would be good.
Yeah, other than prediction, I don't have a good word, but you need something that's sort of future-looking.
Horizon scan.
What? Horizon scan, yeah.
But Tom, you helped before in wording, so if you have a way of modifying that, we can discuss that tomorrow.
Okay, I haven't thought of alternative wordings to it, but when I read it the first time, I remember it sort of raised flags because I had to work my way through it to figure out what you were actually saying there.
Yeah. Okay, that would, or anybody else that had that.
I think that the emphasis was really that monitoring was not enough, and we're giving the examples of experimentation and synthesis activities, but we could also add prediction or, forecasting as another activity that could be included there.
Yeah, anything that captures a forward-looking.
But Tom, I'll ask if you could, between now and the end of the meeting today, if you could get some feeling from others to send us some wording that you could live with.
Okay.
The way that you and Liz just phrased it, monitoring is not enough, is a lot more direct than what the current wording is, which... Anyway.
This is John. I've got some general comments on the recommendation. I'm not sure that I'm working from the same draft. I was working from the draft of June 14th, and I don't know whether that's the most recent one or not.
Yes, John, that is.
My comments on the recommendation is that they don't really stand out. I mean, I realize that they're bold-faced, but the boldface is kind of embedded in some other text, and it's often difficult to find exactly what is being recommended. Going back to recommendation 4, you've got 2 sections there that are bold-faced, and it seems to me that the real recommendation is the stuff in between those bold-faced that isn't bold-faced. We recommend that IEP consider alternative organizational structures. Recommendations ought to be succinct, direct, and potentially actionable. And a recommendation that people think about something or explore something is not really a very compelling kind of recommendation. And I realize that in some cases that you need to hedge on those things, and you do want them to simply consider things. But these recommendations, I think, need to be, as Brian Atwater would have said, punchier. And in some cases, you've aggregated 2 recommendations into a single recommendation. Recommendation 6 and 8, for example, contain a couple of elements that really stand out as rather different kinds of actions that would be required to implement them. So my concerns really are that the recommendations don't stand out and don't come across clearly enough as actionable recommendations, and I think they need to. And maybe Dick's reorganization or alternative approach takes care of some of that.
So, John, this is Tracy. You're hitting on a perpetual tension in the writing team on this, because I was a proponent of saying just list the recommendations as separate recommendations and, refer back to the rest of the text as required. We really struggled with that, and perhaps it's because I was not a good enough writer to write those recommendations specifically in a way that was as punchy as what you're talking about. So if you're willing, I would love to see a draft of the recommendations that you would pull together and say, this is what you would recommend based on the text that you see in those 10 recommendations. If not, because I know you're getting cagier and cagier about avoiding extra duty, as we all are. If not, I think we would probably end up staying with this approach because we have struggled with this a lot. But if there is an improvement that could be much more clear and specific and actionable, I think we should consider it. We have tried to do that and have not succeeded.
Yeah, I would just add that, John, even if there are some of the recommendations that you feel you can rework, that would be beneficial. I mean, we've had a lot of comments such as this that highlight shortcomings of the review, but it's often difficult to hear that something is not right without being given a sort of a suggestion for an alternate. And I mean, we have tried to reflect on the comments, but I think, I don't know, I think also I feel my writing skills are inadequate at this time. Like I can't really see the next step to do that rewrite and make these succinct and actionable. It's just time for other eyes and ideas to be brought to us.
John, I'll also add.
Sorry, go ahead, John.
I'm very much aware that raising this issue opens the door, and it's, I used to get hit with things when I walked out of the room. Now I'm out of the state, and it's even worse.
You're lucky we didn't make any assignments in the early part of the meeting.
I suggested it to her.
Well, anyway, yeah, suggestions would be most welcome.
I hear what you're saying, and I've got a lot of sympathy for it. And it's easy for me to sit here and say, well, just be more direct and punchy. It's a lot more difficult to actually do that. I can give a stab at doing this, but I'm kind of tied up for the next 4 days, so I'm not sure that's going to really give you something when you need it.
John, the other thing I would add, we've gotten, several drafts have gone through, and more often than not, we've gotten absolutely contradictory approaches of what we should be doing. And, this is one of the reasons that, 3 days before we were ready to submit the report, Dick came up with a totally different approach for doing it. And that's why, he wanted this discussed at this meeting. So I'm not trying to justify or saying that your comments aren't, they certainly are valuable. I think in terms of the IEP and its stakeholders, the fact that they're not as punchy, they know what we're getting at. And, they're going to be reading this very much in detail and reading between the lines as well. So I'm not quite so worried about making them as punchy as if they were just going out and the general public was going to be looking at them. I think the problem with making them punchier is that they're easier to misinterpret. That's why we ended up putting more material explaining what we meant by these. Steve?
Yeah, I actually have a number of comments. Just first following up on the various discussions. Actually, if you go to the Milwaukee airport and after you've gone through security and come out, they have a sign that says recombobulation area. And maybe that's what needs to be, maybe that term is the right term, reorganized, but it's not necessarily, given that anyway, the concept is there. But I made the mistake of getting to the airport early yesterday, so I reread it from cover to cover. And I have a number of comments on it, and I think it's unfortunate that, as all these, they go through for so long, so there's some things in there that are out of date, and maybe that's just, water fix. It talks about our recent beginning of the MER review, things like that. There's some areas where some of the quotes are there twice, some editing kinds of things that could be done. Monitoring, and maybe this is a general comment about monitoring, a couple of times there, and then other things we talk about we're looking for overlap in monitoring. But we're also looking for gaps too. So it's not just a negative thing, it's like an overlap and gaps, and maybe we can stick those words in there. I didn't see any mention, I don't think I saw any mention of the annual workshop that they have. And that is something that I think is a very positive thing, and maybe that could be included as a positive thing. One specific recommendation that's doesn't rise to that level. I know at the last meeting, they, in essence, had to turn people away because they have a limited number of people that can't attend because of the venue, and they're stuck with that venue. But a recommendation to go to a bigger venue and bring in more stakeholders and allow a much more open meeting might be something small but specific that might help in terms of some of that. One question, now that the science strategy is out, they talk in the science strategy things like compliance science and things like that. Is there anything in that will now change the recommendations? I know I'm raising a red herring, but because this is done at this date, then this comes out, and some of that stuff might have been taken account of. I just want to bring it up that if not, we might want to say we haven't looked at it or something, that this is effective as a such and such a date. And the final comment, two comments. One is, I know I mentioned this before, that the interviews that you did, the personal interviews, was an extended amount of time, and all I hear from all of you is that it was very valuable and extremely important. But I still don't get a sense when I read this. When I get a sense, I read this because it's like the survey seems to be the driving thing, because there's graphs in there, there's pages and pages of quotes, but I'm not even sure, maybe towards the end there was a survey, or the interview brought out this, but somewhere to emphasize the real value of I think the interviews were sort of the bulk of where the real information came from, and somehow that emphasis needs to be shown somewhere. And unfortunately, I do tend to agree with John that these recommendation, and I fully understand the problem. I don't have a solution, but but the recommendations are kind of vague, and one could maybe answer that in, we're already doing that, we're already doing that. And I think if there's a recommendation where somebody could say we're already doing that, then maybe we're not being specific enough about what they can do new that would be of value to, going forward.
But to answer the last point, one of the reasons that we used quotes from the questionnaires is that we didn't have transcripts of the interviews, so we couldn't take quotes from the interviews.
And that's, I'm not suggesting that.
Yeah, and that was why we relied so much on those. And plus, we had far more quotes. We had hundreds, over 400 quotes.
But maybe it's just a matter of the way the text is running to say that, you know, that the actual interviews were, I don't know how you say this, was a real bulk of where the meat of a lot of this came from. And then we also had the interviews, which or the surveys, which may reflect things you heard in interviews, or some way of saying it so that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I also think, you know, one thing to consider is that by putting out a public draft, we have put out what our opinions are. Essentially, they know what our thinking is. It probably even more so than in the final draft. So I think we want to certainly maintain the same general tone that we've had of our recommendations and use these points as clarifications and issues like that. But, you know, we've struggled with this issue of the recommendations virtually from the beginning. And again, we are informed by the interviews, but the interviews were even more contradictory than what we did. I mean, we tried to synthesize this wide range of issues.
Just one follow-up on setting the goals. You know, it's clear that IEP is it's an organization linking various agencies together, with the presumption that the sum is better than the parts. And there's a lot of reasons for that, sharing of instrumentation, schedules, activities, etc. But maybe the goals need to be defined as those goals which are greater than the sum of the parts. I mean, what are some goals that they can have that are that no one agency can achieve, and only through an organization such as IEP that they can achieve? And that way you don't get so much as the overlap of goals with individual agencies.
Liz, Tracy, and I have expressed opinions. Dick will express them in a moment. Do you have anything you want to say about the responses we've gotten so far?
Responses from the
board.
No, I mean, I really want this document to be a board document. So I'm just listening to the suggestions that are being put forward, and, you know, I think we should discuss them further at our meeting tomorrow and see what we're able to implement or what adjustments we can make.
Dick, comments from you, and now about the reorganization that you proposed? No comments?
Okay. So, as a member of the subgroup, I too was frustrated with the recommendations. It started out as a list of findings and recommendations, and Randy Fiorini said, findings and recommendations, that's great. That's, you know, real systematic, I can understand. Findings, recommendations, findings, recommendations. We then decided that we maybe just title this recommendations, though you'll observe findings kind of mentioned inside the recommendations as justification, but obviously that also comes much later in greater detail. When I read the list of 10, 5 of them have the same recommendation. The recommendation is the directors of the agencies, the leaders of IEP, need to basically reconsider and recommit. They need to sit down and say, okay, IEP's been running for a long time. what are its fundamental issues? What are its fundamental goals? Times are different. We need to come up with a new contract, a new Mayflower Compact. We've landed in a different shore than we expected to, and here we are, and we need to sit down and write it out again. And so 2, 3, 4, 6, and 7 are of that nature. And so as I reorganized, I said, let's start with that recommendation that basically it's time for a new constitutional convention, and here's the things that should be looked at when you have that meeting or series of meetings, and come up with a new agreement as to how IEP is to be organized and what its main goals are and what it's going to look like. And that, to me, is a more logical structure rather than to keep coming back and saying these priorities need to be identified, these goals need to be identified, more commitment needs to be made to this. To start with, it's time to take a big look at it and reconsider the whole thing. Hopefully, as you reconsider the whole thing, you'll come back to pretty much the IEP we have, but at least we could get rid of a lot of the negative discussion that has been going on if the process were undertaken and they did come back to more or less the same organization we have. And so that's where I start, and that's the primary recommendation. And then within that primary recommendation, there's particular things to look at. The other two parts of my recommendation are pretty insignificant, and so I'll not elaborate on them. But that's the primary. Obviously, my wording is also a little bit more general, more procedural. Go through a process and think it through rather than this needs to be done, get to this conclusion. So the tone changes with the alternative I'm suggesting. I wrote this out and wrote it out once, so it's not been refined. The main contribution is just reorganizing and starting with the primary recommendation first.
John, do you want to comment on this since you brought the issue of recommendations up? John, do you want to comment on this, given that you've brought the issue of recommendations up initially?
Well, I think I looked at Dick's approach, and I tried to crosswalk with various recommendations. I like Dick's organization of it. I think the downside is that the recommendations don't stand out clearly enough. So somewhere between the two approaches, I think is correct. I agree with Dick that there's that several of the recommendations on the report are variations on a central theme, and that central theme needs to be perhaps the focus of the recommendation rather than the particulates. Beyond that, I'm not sure I really want to venture into this.
Tracy?
Edmund, when's the public comment period end on this?
July 26th, Friday.
Okay. So hopefully we're going to get some public comment, but obviously we have a lot of discussion within the board, I think, still on this. I would urge those of us who have substantial different ways to look at this to use the next week or two. John's tied up for 4 days, but we'll give him till 5 days, and give us substantive comments in writing about recommendations on how to fix our recommendations or recommendations for the overall report. Again, this is a board, at this point, this is now a board document. It's out to the public as a board document. We need to individually provide substantial comments about ways to alter it to make it reflect what each individual board member wants, to keep it a board document. So I think that's each of our individual responsibilities. And I include the original, what do we call it? What kind of writing team do we call it?
Lead writing.
Oh, lead writing. I thought I was going to say elite writing team. Anyway, I would think we need to take a week to do that. It sounds like, I mean, this is a substantial enough discussion that we will get public comment. We have obviously a chance to do a major rewrite if that's what we decide we want to do. But I think we need to see in black and white some comments from folks.
You know, as Liz pointed out, one of the things is that we're getting a whole variety of opinions, but unfortunately, many of them you need to change, or we're not getting it in writing. They're just showing up at the meetings. So I think what Tracy said is something really that it's on an onus on everybody, not just to go through and edit it, but to come up with different approaches, especially around the recommendations.
Yeah, and I would just reiterate the lead writing team's commitment to making this be a board document. So we're very much open to, to your suggestions and your criticisms, but we need to hear them and we need to receive them in a sort of a tangible form rather than just words that it's not quite right. I mean, I think, we have really struggled with this a lot, and so anyway, I'm willing to put the time into developing a product that is going to be what the board wants it to be.
And accepting the fact that it's going to be a compromise document because there's so many different opinions among the board that, very often, the same issues are coming up over and over again that we don't have the information to include. So, again, if we can get things in black and white, that would help. And I'm glad Liz has made the commitment to work on this.
I've been working on it all along, just to clarify. Okay, Jay has something to add.
I guess I'm not hearing so much disagreement about content as I am about articulation. And that articulation is very, very important. I tend to agree with those that say, well, you got to make the recommendations really pithy or you may as well not make them at all. But I think we're making about the right kind of recommendations. Just how do we articulate them so they're effective? So I wouldn't want to throw out the baby with the bathwater.
So Edmund, do we have a Word version of the latest version?
Yes, I think I sent it out on July 5th, but I can resend it again after the meeting.
See, and I guess along with the comments, think about the two different recommendation structures. So, I think Dick's structure offers some, Dick's structure does offer some benefits, but I'm not sure that those recommendations were inclusive of everything that came out in the report. So there might be a hybrid that includes, that is broader, but also has a different structure. Let's see, Tom.
But you talked about using Dick's structure in a conclusion section. It's going to be added. So
we did add it. I mean, the present, the present conclusion section incorporated some of that.
And I think I've got some rewording for you to help, at least from my perspective with 10.
In the past. And what I referred to about Liz is her taking over the rewriting. I'm very glad she volunteered for that.
I'm not sure I did. Let's see. So Joy, Joe, and John, I know it can be difficult to jump in from the phone. Any concluding comments or other comments you would like to make?
Well, I enjoy trying to edit things, so I'm sitting here with the recommendations, and I'll see if I can make them punchy.
Excellent.
You're free to fill them.
Yeah, this is Joe. I also sent some comments on the last version, so I think I should be okay.
Okay. So is there, are we ready to ask for public comment, or Steve?
Yeah, where's the conclusion section? Oh, okay.
Okay, is there anybody from the public that wanted to comment on the review, at least the review in its present form? All right, I'm not seeing any responses on this end. So I guess in terms of action items, it sounds like we will continue to receive public comment until July 26th. Vince is going to do outreach specifically to Steve Culberson and Stephanie Fong and ask them for any comments they have on the whole document, but maybe particularly the recommendations. Members of the ISB are all going to take another look at both the full document, but also especially with emphasis on the recommendations, and send edits to the lead writing team. To Edmund, and Edmund will compile those and send them on to the lead writing team. I don't know, do we want to take a few minutes to talk about what might follow completion of the report in terms of outreach? Or is that, champagne? Yeah, or I don't know if folks feel like that's, if it's premature, but this is something that the lead writing team will be discussing tomorrow, so we invite any suggestions from the board about outreach plans. I mean, do folks think that it's appropriate to have a one-page summary sheet for this? It's a different kind of review than our other reviews were. So in the past, our summary sheets have been more of like a tool for the Delta science community. So I guess I'm not entirely sure having a one-page summary sheet is right in this case, but I welcome feedback.
Yeah, I've thought about that some. I think that, to me, initially on the face of it, it seems not appropriate to do that because we are reviewing a program. We're really basically delivering our views to the directors and to the stakeholders of IEP. And so then for us to be saying, here's our summary of the review, and we want to put it out to the general public and everybody, it's like we have a client almost in this case. We should disseminate to the Stewardship Council and to the IEP directors. If anybody else wants to hear it, which I don't think they will, we could talk to them about it. But to me, a summary sheet on this one, because it's a programmatic review, not a subject review, I just don't think it's appropriate.
Other feedback, Jay?
Under Bagley-Keene, you can probably only have two of us do this. Have a meeting with the IEP directors and sort of frank discussion about what's going on and what we should be doing as a follow-up that would help them implement recommendations that they're interested in.
Right, and we are planning to attend the IEP directors meeting.
But to have set aside half an hour or something like that. Here it is, take it.
Yeah. Other suggestions or other comments? We've heard from Tracy and myself about maybe not doing the one-page summary in this case, but how do others feel? But certainly any suggestions for outreach, I agree with Jay that I think the outreach should be to the IEP leadership and directors.
You might also consider having outreach to legislative staff and the higher level federal and state executive levels, head of the Resources Agency, head of Cal EPA.
Okay.
You want to motivate their directors, then IEP directors go up.
Go up above the directors. All right, well, I think we all know what at least the short-term next steps should be, and on behalf of the lead writing team, I do look forward to your feedback and suggestions for improving the recommendations as well as all parts of the document. Okay, so our next agenda item, are we ready to move on? Okay, our next agenda item was Karen Kayfetz presentation, and that has been rescheduled. So I think we will take a break since our items after lunch are scheduled and we need to stay with that schedule. It makes sense for us to take an early lunch break now and adjourn until 1 p.m. Thank you. And Jay, John, and Joe, will you be joining us again at 1?
Yes.
Okay, great. I look.
Yeah.
Yes, I will.
I think there's a MER session over lunch. When is that going to start?
How about you call back in 15 minutes?
Okay, I can do that.
11:45 or so, John.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Okay, thanks everyone. See you at 1. All right. Welcome back, everyone, to the afternoon portion of today's Delta ISB meeting. The next item on our agenda is a presentation. It'll be an overview of California's 4th climate change assessment. And the speaker will be Guido Franco, who is senior engineer with the California Energy Commission. He's going to provide an overview of this assessment, which is a statewide effort that includes the Delta region. Just a little bit of background about Mr. Franco. He's been involved in climate change issues since 1995. He's been one of the main forces behind the 2006, 2009, and 2012 California climate assessments, and co-led the development of California's 4th climate change assessment. Mr. Franco is a registered engineer in California and holds a master's degree in engineering from UC Berkeley. And before you get started, I just want to check, are Joy, Joe, and John, are you back on the line?
Yes, this is Joe.
This is Joy.
Okay, excellent. So, and you have the materials for Mr. Franco's presentation?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. So just to remind you, Mr. Franco, that we do have members that are participating remotely, and you may receive questions or get feedback from them too. So whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Again, thank you for this opportunity to give you a brief presentation about the climate change assessments that California scientists have produced for the last 30 years and to discuss their connections to past and potential new work for the Sacramento and San Joaquin Delta. The outline of my presentation is as follows. I will start with providing some background information about past and the last assessments. Then I will talk about the scientific findings, mainly about the fourth assessment, the last assessment that was released in 2018. But my findings will be not only about the science, but also about management organizational issues that I think are of interest, maybe of interest to you. And then I will discuss potential activities related to the next fifth assessment, that is being already formulated. So California has been preparing climate assessments for the last 30 years, starting with a report ordered by the legislature in 1988 to explore the potential impacts of climate change to most of the sectors of the economy. In 2005, an executive order signed by Governor Schwarzenegger required the preparation of regular assessments. Since 2005, 4 assessments has been released so far, and they are shown there in the slide, starting with the one in 2006 and the last one last year in 2018. The assessments in California not only review the existing literature, but more importantly, also release new scientific findings. For example, about 40 papers were commissioned for the 2018 assessment, and we use the existing literature plus the new information from the 40 papers to provide an integrated view on how climate may change in California, and also what adaptation options are available and what additional research needs are still need to be supported. The California assessments have always been designed to inform policy in California. For example, we produced a non-technical brochure in 2006 summarizing the main findings of the 2006 assessment. That brochure was shared with the legislatures when they were discussing the passage of AB 32, the law requiring California to bring its greenhouse gas emissions to 1919 level by 2020. I think we're already there. The 2006 assessment, the non-technical brochure, was influential on the passage of AB 32. And that's just one example of how our assessment has been linked to policy. More recently, our assessment has been instrumental in making adaptation the law of the land in California. So the adaptation now has almost the same, almost the same level of visibility and importance as mitigation in California. Past assessments have included papers about climate change in the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta. For example, Francis Chun at the Department of Water Resources then, I think he retired, but I'm not sure. He led a group from the Department of Water Resources, and they used the standard Department of Water Resources models to estimate how a warming climate and shifting hydrology will affect the supply of fresh water in California. At that time, it was not a big surprise, but still, it came from scientists from the Department of Water Resources, but others have already reported similar findings, and similar findings have been reported since then. But basically, the current management practices are not well suited for the changing climate. In 2003, the Energy Commission, in coordination with the Department of Water Resources, started to support the development of the Integrated Forecast and Reservoir Management Tool, or INFORM for short. The team of experts from the Hydrologic Research Center in San Diego and Georgia Tech were in charge of this research. The final goal, at that time it was a long-term goal, it was to find out if using not a deterministic forecast, but using an ensemble of climate and hydrologic projections together with a modern decision support tool, if that use of, in this case of Inform, the specific tool, will be an attractive climate adaptation tool. The researcher answered this question with resounding yes in 2012 with a report and paper that was part of the 2012 assessment. Inform is a tool that suggests that ways to improve the current management practices in California, in Northern California, and it covers both the Sacramento River and the San Joaquin River catchments. The slide number 7, the slide that is there now, it may not be too easy to understand, but basically compares current management practice and policies in the future and in the past, in the future and during historical conditions. So the current practice is assuming that the existing management practice continued to the end of the century, and the red bars are assuming that if we use Inform for both the historical and future conditions. I already said that even the current conditions, Inform improves the management of water resources in California. So basically what it's showing is that if that's using the black columns with the diagonal black lines, what it shows is that if we continue using the same management practices, that spillage will increase, that water supply, especially in dry years, will go down, that hydropower generation will go down, and violations of the rules of not exceeding salinity levels beyond 80 kilometers from the Golden Gate Bridge will go up in the future. The red columns compare additions with, conditions with Inform, and basically Inform is able in the future to substantially reduce negative impacts. For example, the violation of the X2 rule, the salinity rule, according to this model, will not materialize in the future. It is important to know, however, that this study did not consider the effects of sea level rise. Okay, so we thought that we had made the case and it was going to be, somebody was going to implement it. And actually, since the beginning, we found out that it will be extremely hard to actually implement Inform. However, the recent drought provided enough motivation to find resources to start making Inform an operational tool. The Department of Water Resources signed a contract with the developers of Inform to create the necessary human and resource infrastructures in the Department of Water Resources. For example, now there are 2 Linux servers creating about 20 hydrologic projections regularly, and a PC-based system implementing the decision support tool. The Department of Water Resources staff have received the necessary training, but there is still much work to do. For example, Inform right now is only able to help with long-term management and planning options. There is not the implementation of short-term issues and decision support system, and medium-term has not been implemented yet. Okay, so now let's move to the 4th assessment. So what are the new scientific findings for the 4th assessment? So again, I will start with the scientific findings. They are listed there, but I will move to the next slide. So slide 10 shows that sea level rise projections have have, this is in this case is the chart, the graph on your right that shows what were the projections in the 2006 assessment and what is now the projections for the 2018 assessments. So the sea level rise projections have gone up substantially since 2006, and now we're talking about a very low probability event, but it's still a possibility of having sea level rise in San Francisco in the order of 2.8 meters, about 9 feet, by the end of the century in the San Francisco area. The projections through time were also, for the first time, presented in a quasi-probabilistic framework, and that's what you see in the figure on your left, when we have time versus sea level rise with different type of quasi-probabilistic estimates. Okay, so now let's move to another scientific finding. So the slide 11 shows a portable LiDAR system mounted in a truck measuring the height of the top of the levees. The 2018 assessment included a paper by Dr. Ben Brooks, now at USGS, before we use University of Hawaii, reporting subsidence of the levees from 0 to 5 centimeters per year, with wide variations along the levees. The map on the right shows estimation of the year when the different parts of the levee, in this case the Jersey Island, will be out of compliance with safety engineering standards due to levee failures from overtopping. The yellow lines that you can see there are natural gas pipelines, crossing in this case this island. That's why it was of high interest of the Energy Commission, to find out what we need to do with the pipelines. Now moving to organization and management issues. The slides show one of the what we used to call the external projects that were not funded by the assessment. They were conducted by somebody else, in this case USGS, but they were loosely connected to the assessment. The USGS coordinated the Cascade studies. I think you all know about the study. USGS used the climate and sea level rise projections produced by the 2008 assessment. So in that sense, it was extremely useful. On the not so positive side, the USGS scientific findings reports materialized too late for the full consideration in the preparation of the 2018 assessment. The second organizational finding that I think is important is the fact that we empower local actors, and this type of engagement is going to be enhanced in the future in the assessment. At the last minute for the assessment, we invited local scientists like Professor Alex Hall for UCLA, Professor Jay Lund from UC Davis, to lead the preparation of regional assessments. So Professor Jay Lund was one of the leaders of the Sacramento regional assessment. Professor Alex Hall was the leader of the regional assessment for the Los Angeles region. These local regional scientific groups work together with local stakeholders. The end result, in my opinion, was a more inclusive process with much more powerful outreach activities and the formation of very closely connected communities of scientists and stakeholders. I will end my presentation talking about potential activities that scientists working on issues related to the Delta may want to consider. And that also people working on the next climate assessment will also should consider. First, the Energy Commission is supporting the development of new downscaling techniques to translate the outputs of the global climate models that are going to be making available for the next IPCC assessment to the California region. So the first step is to develop a new, enhanced, it could be a hybrid statistical dynamic downscaling technique. And when the global outputs from the global models are available, it will be used to create a new suite of climate, sea level rise, wildfire scenarios for California. There is an opportunity to influence the design of the new climate and sea level rise scenarios now to better fit what is needed for the Delta. Another comment is that in general, as done by the USGS, scientists working in their Cascade study, scientists working on Delta issues may want to coordinate their activities with the fifth assessment. This could be done via direct coordination or indirectly. The most important thing is to talk. Finally, I think that it would be wonderful for the next assessment to have an independent regional report assessment about the Delta. So with that, I will thank you again for this opportunity, and if there's time, I will be more than happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Franco. That was very informative. As you know, the Delta Independent Science Board is very, is thinking about climate change a lot, and also the fact that things are moving much more rapidly than predicted, which is one of the findings from your recent report. So we appreciate your presentation. I want to open up the floor for questions from members of the board, both those who are present here as well as on the phone. And we'll start with Jay.
Guido, you've had a remarkable career looking at climate change in just about every aspect of California society, economy, environment. And you're suggesting here that we should probably have a regional assessment for the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta, which I think is an excellent idea because it brings so many things together, and it's the hinge at so many of these issues. How would you recommend such a regional assessment be structured and conducted?
Well, I think funding is going to be important. The current the legislatures work, our legislatures are extremely interested in climate change issues. Mm-hmm. There is abundant amount of funding right now in California. This is an opportunity to approach them and to let them know about the seriousness of the problem, and recommend some level of funding for such an assessment. You must engage stakeholders, but also scientists like yourself, to lead the effort. I think my suggestion is that it must be a truly scientific effort, limiting as much as possible, the influence from politics, to present a neutral report about what the science tells, about the future of the Delta and the options available for adaptation.
Do you see that being ideally done by one agency or a group of agencies or a group of independent scientists, or what do you think would be the most productive way to structure that kind of an assessment? Institutionally.
Yeah. In the past, the Energy Commission has been the leader of the assessments. For the 2018 assessment, it was a combined effort with the Resources Agency, the Governor's Office of Planning and Research. That doesn't, I mean, so a state agency could take the lead. At the same time, I don't see why not a different body, scientific body could take the lead too. That could be university, or it could be an independent panel like yours, things like that. But whatever. I mean, it's
Right.
yeah.
Tracy?
Thank you. This was really, really good. On the inform and the sort of partial implementation, what are the prospects for a more complete implementation of the short, medium, and short term, and how much additional resources would be required for that? I mean, and it's a multi-part question. The other, in the projections of if inform were implemented, showing how much better we'd be off, how much better off we'd be. Can you do the similar sort of projection if we only stay with the long-term management, the partial implementation? I'm just curious. It seems very powerful to me.
Yeah, so I have not been involved in the work that the Department of Water Resources have been doing with the Hydrologic Resource Center. So I'm not going to be able to fully answer your question with regard to resources and when they could become available. I only know that Mike Anderson from the Department of Water Resources and others are looking for ways to fund that, the next phase of the work. With respect to the use of the current version with future climate projections, I will not do it because right now that simulates only the Sacramento Valley, the Sacramento River catchment, and I think it may give any wrong answers if you don't consider the San Joaquin catchment. Yeah. So if I were you, or if I were the decision maker, I would just wait until there's a version that includes both the northern and southern part.
Tom?
Can I ask the AV folks to put the slide of the sea level rise? I think it was the second or third. There we go. I have sort of two questions. The thing that really struck me about this graph the first time I looked at it was the acceleration in sea level rise. And so one of my questions is, what are the major factors giving rise to that acceleration after about, about 2050, things really start to happen. We sort of have till then to deal with a modest sea level rise. So what's contributing to that? And then my second question is, what is the basis for the probabilistic sea level rise? Most of the time when you see sea level rises, they're based on carbon dioxide emission scenarios. So they're scenario based.
Yeah, so this is based on, well, this is only one graph for the RCP 8.5, the representative concentration pathway 8.5.
Okay. So it is based on a scenario.
Yeah, so that's the RCP 8.5 scenario that is called the business as usual. We also have similar graphs for the RCP 4.5 that is a little bit higher than what is required to comply with the Paris Agreement. The acceleration is based on two main things. One is a paper by Robert Kopp from, I forgot his university in the East Coast, Cornell. So he published a famous paper now, a few years ago, translating everything into quasi-probabilistic projections. And then when we were preparing the assessment, Robert Professor DeConto, and then another one, I forgot, they published another paper about the potential for the rapid contribution of Antarctica to sea level rise. So this graph combines both in a quasi-probabilistic way. The combination was done in collaboration with Professor Cobb, and it was done by Scripps Institution of Oceanography. Since then, there's a new paper that was published, I think, a week or two, I think in the Proceedings of National Academy of Sciences, where they brought together scientists from all over the world, but mostly from the United States and Europe, top expert on this, and they developed their own quasi-probabilistic projections using expert opinion, and they come out more or less with the same thing. So again, but this is, they are, and I say quasi-probabilistic projections because they are not really probabilities, they are just what current knowledge or the models that were used tells us about.
But they are probabilities for each of the scenarios.
Yes.
And then
well, they are for each global emission scenarios. We have this type of things, probabilistic sea level rise projection.
Okay. And then Antarctica is the answer to the
yes
the curving. Yeah.
See, I wanted to check with Joe and Joy and John to see whether you had any questions for Mr. Franco. Okay. All right, well, we have a couple more questions from folks in the room. So Vince.
We had a discussion this morning about surges and flooding. Are your models taking that into account at all?
There are two answers. One is that Scripps Institutional Oceanography, in addition to this, they also develop scenarios about storminess, taking into account, for example, when we have storms that we have a low atmospheric pressure and that tends to increase the water. So they did a bunch of things to come out with the probability of different storms in California. In addition, USGS, a model that they developed, the Cosmos model, they also did simulations to estimate, how different storms will affect the California coast.
That's exactly the one that's in that paper, Patrick Barnard's work.
Yes.
That's what we were discussing.
Yeah, and the Patrick Barnard was also a contributor to the fourth assessment.
Great. And one more question from Dick.
Yeah, back to the sea level rise projections, and as you look at this graph, it looks like 30 years from now we will know which path we were on, and that is the path we will follow. And we know that's not the case. And so there's deception just in the graphing. I mean, not only in the assigning of the probabilities, but just in the portrayal of how sea level rise might occur, or is occurring, and will change again in the future. And,
yeah.
And so I'm wondering, how do you get a deeper portrayal or understanding out there?
Yeah, so this has been a long debate. For me, this started in 2002 with a discussion from Professor Steve Snyder from Stanford, when he argued that if the scientific community don't come out with their opinion about how things may change and the probability of different change, that somebody else will do it without that knowledge. And therefore, it was up to the scientific community to come out with their best guess and to tell the policymakers that this is just a guess, and continuously update that estimation of quasi-probabilities. So since then, I have been pushing. We had a meeting, I think Jay Long attended, and so since then we have been pushing for this type of things. And the fourth assessment is the first time where we are moving towards this direction, always making the case that these are not real probabilities. And this will change next time we do the assessment, and things like that. So, and the answer to your second part is that the only way to know better what may happen is to do more research, in this case in the Antarctica, and there is a major effort going right now, by the U.S. and the United Kingdom to get more information.
That wasn't the answer I was hoping for.
Okay.
Because I think my point was that surprise is part of the process, and these curves have no surprise. And that the policy ought to be that we need to prepare in advance and have a much more robust policy than because of surprise. And
yes, so we also argued that because of that we should develop robust adaptation strategies that are both adapted in the sense that we move forward with things that will not lock in a path that will not allow us to adapt later on, but also that could be good on the multiple potential scenarios in the future. So I think we may agree on this.
All right. Any other questions from members of the board? Oh,
I was just going to say to Dick's comment, I think there is some surprise inherent in this, because the surprise is in 2100, are we going to be at 25 inches of sea level rise or 110? And we're going to be surprised by the answer either way. So I think it does capture, as you were saying, we need to really plan for robust adaptation. And so yeah, I agree. It doesn't look like a surprise because they're all nice smooth curves, but we know what that really means. It means that there's a big surprise when you get out to 2100. To me, anyway.
One of the difficulties I see is in these studies, it's not the fault of the studies, it's the fault of the sort of the context that built around them. These studies are very useful at saying, here's what could happen, what we think will happen in the future and some of the impacts. But the adaptations are really mostly policy decisions. And policymakers have a hard time making decisions for the next 4 years, much less about 50 or 100 years. And for the Delta, where everything is coming together, particularly where the sea level rises, is an impact. We know things are going to change, but we haven't really organized a good policy conversation for, okay, what are we going to do about it? And part of what you do about it is realizing that you're not going to know everything until sometime in the future, but you do know that things are going to change. It's just an observation. It's not a criticism at all of the studies, because I think the studies have been wonderful at giving us a more realistic idea of where the world's going.
All right. Well, thank you again for your presentation and for sharing the information that you did today. I'm sure that both the presentation itself as well as having the resource of your slides will be important and helpful to the board. So
thank you very much.
Thank you. Oh, yeah. We're not accustomed to applauding. Oh, yes. Okay, so I may have let you go too soon in that we have an opportunity for public comment. So again, have you filled out a blue form? She will. Okay. Okay. All right.
I apologize.
Make sure that you introduce yourself.
My name is Deirdre Desjardins. I'm with California Water Research, and my background, I'm a physicist. And I was wondering, so the Delta Stewardship Council is in the middle of doing a climate vulnerability assessment for the Delta. And I talked to them because I think there really needs to be some 3D hydrodynamic modeling of what it might look like when some of the levees fail, particularly given the Delta Levees investment strategy, where we're prioritizing some of the levees as other. And I'm very concerned that that investment strategy was done based on qualitative assessments. So have you thought, the issue is that there the state doesn't have, we have DSM-2 and calcium, but the state doesn't have a 3D hydrodynamic model that's available to agencies to use. There's just RMA, and apparently it's proprietary, and you need a grant to hire them to run it for you. Do you have any thoughts about that?
I agree with you about the importance of having a hydrodynamic model for the Delta. I know there is one for the San Francisco Bay. UC Berkeley and perhaps USGS are running that model. I don't know how far they go to the east, but I would be surprised if it includes the Delta. So I don't know what to say, but just basically saying that I agree with you that that should be a priority.
Thank you. USGS does have a model, and they did some good modeling a few years back, and it does go all the way up into the Delta. But what we don't have is, there's never been any modeling with long-term levee failure. And I got somewhat alarmed when I realized that the modeling for the new Delta conveyance, the North Delta intakes that are supposed to protect against sea level rise, the grid doesn't go north of Bolden Island. So when they considered wide-scale levee failure, they never considered failure of any levees north of Bolden Island in the North Delta. So there's a very open question about, under 2 meters, I think all of the levees, unless we make massive investments, will fail. Jay laughs. Yes, it's a no-brainer. Do some modeling. The other thing I wanted to say, so I just came, there was a meeting with a bunch of NGO groups and Nancy Vogel, and one of the things I ran up the flagpole with her is, could there be more independent science advice about climate adaptation measures? I'm particularly pointed to what the Delta Independent Science Board is doing, with review. And what's your thought on that?
I agree with you that more work needs to be done. That from the little that I know about this group could be one of the champions, to push for this type of studies.
There was, I don't know if you know, but I noticed when Schwarzenegger first convened the climate action team with his executive order, the climate action team was run by Scripps Institute. And there was later sort of an administrative change where the scientists were replaced by the agency heads. But it's not as, it became more politicized and not as driven by the independent science. I don't know if there's a way, but I see there's a huge need for things like, the kind of flooding we might see. And there's a sort of, flooding is sort of an orphan flood protection is kind of an orphan project in funding, and it's not getting the kind of funding we'll see, but with the kind of impacts we're seeing, it could be. Are you concerned about, future flooding and the kind of impacts that we might see?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the climate action team, my understanding is that from the beginning it's just a state agency coordination group, high-level people. So the climate action team is led and continues to be led by the Secretary of the Environment. And members include the Secretary of Resources and the heads of the different agencies like the California Energy Commission, the Air Resources Board, et cetera, et cetera. So it's a high-level coordinating body on everything dealing with climate change, mitigation, and adaptation.
Do you have any thoughts about, there's going to be very difficult choices made about funding and mitigation treat, and the Delta Independent Science Board is dealing with some of that in the Delta, but we're going to start to see statewide impacts, and yet we're merely chugging away with business as usual and building in floodplains and areas that are going to be underwater and areas in the desert that are going to could be 115 degrees peak average temperature.
Yeah, I could give you my personal opinion, but I'm not gonna do it.
Okay, not on a microphone.
Yeah, I think this is more a political type of.
Okay.
We should move on. Thank you, Deirdre.
I can add just some technical information on. There are, as near as I can count, 5 different 3D models for the Delta at different levels of development and run faster or slower and are better or worse in different ways. But they're all sort of still under development. There's an untrimmed model that Anchor consulting firm has out of the Bay Area. There's another untrimmed model that RMA has developed somewhat with UC Davis. There's the Suntans model at Stanford. There's a Schism model at DWR. And then there's a Deltaris model that's being sort of jointly developed or fractionally developed by 3 or 4 different agencies and universities and folks in different ways. So there is some work on this, even back for the Delta Levy Investment Strategy. Before then, the Delta Risk Assessment Studies, there was a 3D model where the untrimmed models was used to calibrate 1D models with different amounts of sea level rise and the like. So there's quite a lot of active development, but I think it's slowly converging on a common model, I hope.
Yeah, could you come to a microphone, please?
I was just going to add that both the Deltaris DFlow model is open source, and so is
Yeah. Open source, but good luck using it.
But you don't need a license. You need a
yeah, you need a couple of PhDs.
All right.
Dedicated.
Yeah. Again, a very important topic, and thank you, Mr. Franco.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hey, we're running a little bit behind, but we're going to move on to our Delta ISB updates on various reviews that are underway. So we're going to start with the Monitoring Enterprise Review, and Vince is going to update us on that.
Okay. ESSA has distributed the workshop summary report to all of the workshop participants, and all of the Delta ISB has received a copy of this as well. Now, this is really a report out of what happened at the workshop, so they're not looking for formal comments from the ISB, but several of us attended this, Tracy, John, Joe, and myself. And does any of the members of the board have any questions about the workshop beyond what we covered in the telephone conference call we had last month? Okay. So ESSA is following up on issues that the lead writers for the Delta ISB have raised in terms of review question priorities, the metadata attributes for the inventory tool, the spatial boundaries of coverage, the management themes and drivers, and the socioeconomic components. The latter two, the management themes and drivers and the socioeconomic components, have been the topic of 2 recent discussions that we had with ESSA on conference calls. ESSA is now completing a review of the data quality assessment criteria that they're going to use to assess the scientific rigor of the monitoring activities. And ESSA is also continuing to compile a list of monitoring activities to include in the inventory tool and testing data entry templates to look at the effectiveness and workability of the inventory tool. They are now developing a workflow and a set of instructions to guide the research team on the review of monitoring activities, the collection of metadata attribute information, and the interviews with other personnel in the agencies that they're going to be contacting. We've mentioned several things about the ADA requirements. This is of concern because ESSA is looking at what they can do in terms of meeting these requirements within with their budget and the budget constraints. It's a concern because we have promised that this inventory tool will be accessible to the community. And if this is something that's not resolved, we actually spoke with ESSA earlier this week about this, and they still have not decided, but Edmund has some other options that I don't know if you want to mention them yet, or excuse me.
Yeah, I think we're going to, we did give ESSA our checklist on what, for accessibility, and we're just waiting to see what they're able to do, and then we're going to work from there. I think it could still be open to the community, but it'll be based upon request, but we are looking at other options too. But right now we're just mainly waiting to hear from ESSA on whether they could meet those criteria that we sent over to them. Some of them they said looks pretty easy, but other things they have to look more into. So we're hoping to hear back from them soon.
The lead authors have also discussed the implementation of Component 2, both prior to this in conference calls and with ESSA, and actually we met at noon today. One of the questions we were concerned was the interviews that ESSA was going to do, would they overlap with the interviews that we wanted to do? And we have clarified, we've made very distinct what the boundaries will be between those. We will be doing more in-depth interviews with key personnel in state monitoring programs, where ESSA will be looking mainly at information of the different monitoring programs and how to access them. Madison was very, very helpful in preparing a master list of all the seminar speakers, the panelists, and the workshop participants that have been involved in the Monitoring Enterprise Review experience. And this has been over the past 18 months, and this is a very valuable document in terms of looking for our interviews. We have a questionnaire that we've prepared regarding monitoring activities in the Delta, and we discussed this today, and we decided that we will wait in part because we're worried about burnout among the participants that we've gone to so many times now on this issue. We discussed again in the conference call earlier this week and at length today what ESSA is calling their conceptual model to look at monitoring in the Delta, and we've actually essentially gotten them to streamline this into a bunch of lists of different categories, as opposed to really thinking it as a conceptual model in terms of how it can be used in putting together this monitoring tool. Steve has agreed to start preparing an outline of the actual report that we're going to do based on the information we have from ESSA's interim report, from the bibliography that Kat and Madison have prepared, and really just a variety of things that we know are going to have to be into the report. And we will structure the interviews later in the process. We will also look at distributing the questionnaire. But I think that we're making very reasonable progress on this. And it's ESSA, I think, has been very good to work with. And Steve and I have been the contacts with them, and with Tracy and Joe and John coming in when we think that there's issues that have to go beyond us. Does any of the working group have any other comments? John, do you or Joe? Okay.
Looks like we're good to go. And is the plan to have ESSA at our September meeting, or?
Well, we've discussed two different dates. Is that?
Yes. So based on how they're progressing, we're aiming for September. To have an ESSA presentation with interim report 2, which is going to be the inventory of monitoring programs. But based on some curveballs we've been throwing, we'll see how feasible that is.
But we have two potential dates that they can come down.
All right. Thank you, Vince. Sounds like that review is making good progress, and I'm confident that a good product will come out of the process. All right. So next report will be on the water supply reliability review by Jay.
Tom and Joe have been working on this as well. So what you have before you today is a list of draft review questions for interviewees. We have a list of 7 questions here. There was an attempt to keep that short, but it's still 7 questions. And then the other sheet you have before you is sort of a notional draft outline of what a final report might look like, and some of the topics that we'll cover. Where we are now is we need to start scheduling ourselves to do interviews in our copious spare time.
And have you thought about whether the interviews will be done by a subset of the ISB members, or whether you want to engage the full membership in the process?
Personally, I'd like to get as many board members involved as possible, even though this is a subject far from the hearts and minds of most board members. I think it's good for all of us to do that. I know I've certainly learned a lot when I've been involved in some of the other interviews. I'm not quite sure the best way to do that logistically, whether we should try to set up interviews for a small group of us, using the schedules of a small group of us, and then pass that schedule around, and anybody else that feels like joining can join, or if people want to volunteer to be part of the scheduling of the interviews, then I'd be happy with that as well, if people have particular interests.
Jay, we talked about this today regarding the monitoring review. We found with the IEP review, not doing it, say, over subsequent 2-month in-person meetings, but doing it coming in a couple of days early and trying to get Edmund and the science program to schedule everybody at the same time, and that way we were able to involve some of the other board members as well.
That might be a more merciful way to do it.
Yeah, because Joe is coming in from South Bend, and
right.
That's.
So maybe for our next in-person meeting, we should just make the day before, maybe the day after. Yeah.
Vince, one question I was going to ask was along the lines of what you're commenting right now is, you mentioned that the interviews were so important to the review. Are there other lessons you want to pass on to us?
Well, perhaps involving the whole board is going to make it more contentious when the report is actually written, because they know more of what's going on. And that was being cynical saying that, actually. But no, I think the interviews were really good. I think the fact that we, as Steve brought up, that we didn't have quotes that we could use from the interviews, that would have added some substance, where we actually, when we were doing some of the other reviews, we actually did have some verbatim things that we could take down, which to me, that always gives much more support than just our interpretation. We talked to a lot of people. We did over 25 or 26 interviews, which, the more you do it, you're getting more diverse opinions, and you're sort of diluting what the central message is, although we did get a wide range. The one thing that we did have as a problem, when we did all the interviews in one short stretch, Liz had a family emergency and couldn't come to it, so we couldn't have that input from her on those interviews. So that's the one downside. If you have one short period, if somebody at the last minute can't come, you lose that aspect.
This is just a kind of a question I don't know the answer to, but is there an option to tape the interviews if we ask the participants, if we get their permission up front?
I think that's possible, because I think for the IEP review, we were doing summary notes of key points and things that they raised. But if you want direct transcripts, I think recording and then transcribing it through software would be the best route. that's a possibility if there's agreement with the interviewee, and then we can run it by our software to get that transcribed.
Right, and we could even go back to the interviewees and say, you know, we'd like to use this quote, and I mean, we wouldn't give attribution to it, but at least clear it with them that it's okay to use it from the interview.
Yeah, I think we should look into that. I'm pretty sure with the IEP review, 80% of the people we talked to probably would like to see their quotes in the report because there was a lot of strong opinions. So we should look into doing that and see if, with permission and without attribution, but the ability to use verbatim would be, I think, would be helpful. Jay, I've gone through the questions for the in-person interviews, and I've made some notes, and I'll send them to you pretty soon. I won't spend time doing it right now, but one just quick question I had was, is there a difference between environmental and ecological flows? Because I was like, which is which, and are they both the same?
We talk about environmental flows a lot, and in most of the current discussion, the purpose of the environmental flows is for ecological purposes. And so I was writing this up, I was thinking about this, and well, wait a minute. Most of the flow requirements for environmental flows today are really for water quality, for irrigation and urban water supplies. So I thought I would throw that extra word in there just to make that, not make a distinction, because the environmental flows to me is the superset and the ecological flows are a subset, but.
Yeah, I think the term environmental water has been one of the biggest problems because people think of it all as being is for salmon or ecological water, when in fact it's to keep the salt out.
In fact, most of it is to keep the water exported not salty, less salty.
Steve.
Yeah, a question on your interview questions. Are the interviewees primarily managers and users of the information, or will you be talking to scientists as well, or will the workshop sort of suffice for that? Because I don't see, other than maybe question number 7, any questions that specifically talk about the science needs.
I'd like to have us talk to both groups. And I'm hoping that the in-person discussions will lead to the science questions that come up for each technical person. See what they say. We could have a big questionnaire listing all the different technical aspects of the estimation of water supply reliability, but that would seem ponderous, I'm afraid. But maybe there's a better way to do it.
Just looking at your outline, where you have your draft outline does have like Chapter 2 and Chapter 3 dealing more specifically with the science.
Right. But I want to make sure the science is applied to the right things too. Right. So, and I think that's sometimes the difficult part. There's sort of classical water supply reliability studies from 1886, right? But what we're looking at is a little different now than those.
I think Tom has a question.
Yeah, I want to come back to Vince. I know when I participated in the interviews, I don't think all of the members of the writing group were in the room. Do you think it would be best to have, in this case, Joe, Jay, and I, in all the interviews, and then supplement it with ISB?
Yeah, I think if you're not, I think 25 people was just too much to have gotten all this together. We had to divide it up. If you're going to do 10, I think it'd be better if you could all 3 be together, and then let ISB people drop in.
Well, we have to also be careful about the Bagley-Keene restrictions. So that in that case, you would have too many members. We would have to do the interviews in public.
They could have the 3 that were the writing group, Joe, Tom, and Jay, and then 1 or 2 others, right? It couldn't be a majority.
Yeah, I just think it would be impractical to try to get all three people to each of the interviews unless you just have 10 or less. And you've got quite a few people identified here. I would think the important thing is to make sure one or two members of the writing team are in each one for consistency.
That's what I was thinking, that we'd try to have at least two of us for each interview. Okay. And then as many other board members as we can fit without breaking law or the schedules.
I was just interested in getting Vince's impression. I've gone through it.
I mean, some of it had to involve, the trust that this is in fact what they said, which is why the transcripts were so valuable. Yeah. But again, the fact there were always two of us that were there. So, the interviews are really, I don't know if this is going to be as contentious as our topic, as the IEP one was.
Oh, water supply?
Yeah,
no way at all.
But you're going to talk to, you're going to talk to environmental groups as well, yeah. Or okay, so you have that on. Yeah.
I think Susan, did you want to contribute? Okay.
I wanted to go back to the environmental flows, and I'm glad you're making that distinction. But I was wondering if you were distinguishing between natural functional flows, how you're defining that, and minimum stream flow requirements, because the minimums are not natural functional flows.
So one of the topics I want to make sure we do something with is this idea of environmental water supply reliability. It's not nearly as well defined as water supply reliability for urban and agriculture. We just haven't thought about it enough. It took us a few decades to do it for urban and agriculture, but so I think we're going to wrestle with that issue, and I'm not quite sure what we'll say about it. But I think if we're going to introduce this important idea, what I think is an important idea of environmental water reliability, then we'll at least have. I'll be very happy if we define the problem well, so other people can discuss it, because I think it's a matter almost of eternal discussion for the regulatory agencies. But if there's a saying that a problem well posed is a problem half solved. If we can pose it well, I'll be happy.
I just want to check with the folks on the phone. Any questions for Jay and the rest of the membership regarding the water supply reliability? Either way, I don't know if do we have anyone on the line? Not sure.
I'm listening.
Okay, thank you, Jay. Thank you, Joy. Did you have a question for Jay?
John.
Oh, John, go ahead.
This is back.
You're breaking up, John.
All right, well, if we don't have any more questions for Jay.
Please send me your comments on improvements or disabuse me what we should ever be doing with.
We'll put that on our list of follow-up items. All right, so next we'll hear from Steve Brandt about the ecosystems review.
Yeah, our writing team is John and Dick and Joy and myself, and we've had a couple of meetings, most recently on Monday, and we have, I mentioned last time, we have a fairly detailed 7-chapter outline of where we're plan to go with the report. Since we produced that, John produced sort of a flow diagram in terms of how we might think about invasive species and what are some of the filters and management actions, and we've modified that. We're looking at that as sort of another way of thinking about how we're going to do this. But as of Monday, we agreed that we would each be responsible for writing one or more of the chapters and getting a draft prepared for full discussion of the board by the September meeting. That's our deadline. So that's where we're at. Anything else, Dick or John or Joy? By the way, I think Joy's already done hers, so
that sounds good. So
And
hopefully,
Madison is helping and writing one of those too, so.
yeah, and it's 7 chapters or
That's the way
7
it's outlined.
sections.
7 quote-unquote chapters or sections, yeah.
Good.
No.
No. All right, that sounds good. Seems like we're making good progress on all of the ongoing reviews, and there are a lot of them that are happening. So I'm happy that the board's making progress and happy to see the productivity. All right, so the next item on our agenda is to discuss and plan for future reviews. But before we do that, I'd like to take a short break. So I have 2:10 right now, and we're due for a 15-minute break. So let's reconvene at, I'm going to say, let's reconvene at 2:30, so people have a chance to grab a coffee or take a break. So we'll be back.
Liz?
Yes?
Liz?
Yes?
This is John. I'm going to have to get off the call, and I had a couple of ideas for future reviews. Could I just toss those out now so they're on the table? Because I'm not going to be able to join in later.
Oh, yeah, we definitely want your feedback. And, this is not the only time we'll discuss this topic, but we have time. So why don't you go ahead, John?
Okay, well, there were two things that I thought about that are sort of different from the main direction we've headed, but they relate to science in the Delta. One of which is how can new tools be used in management of the Delta. And I'm thinking of genomic tools such as CRISPR, artificial intelligence, decision support analyses, risk assessment kinds of things, basically exploring the utility of new tools to bring into Delta management. So that's one idea. The other idea was prompted by this book I've been writing on conservation, which is dealing with the Endangered Species Act and its consequences. So much of what goes on in the Delta, at least in the biological side of things, is tied up with biological opinions, Endangered Species Act regulations, critical habitat, all those things. And it seems to me that there might be some value in exploring in more detail the Endangered Species Act and its consequences and how they can be, are there ways forward that would reduce the kinds of conflicts, assessing the costs and benefits, the trade-offs, trying to look and see whether there's a better way forward in terms of integrating endangered species in with water supply reliability and all other things that go on at the Delta. So that's sort of an off-the-wall suggestion just to toss out there. And I'm going to toss those out and then let you guys go on your break, and I will talk to you at some time in the future.
Okay, and what I would ask of you, John, is just to keep thinking about these issues. Again, we're going to talk about reviews not only in today's meeting, but also think about them as we're moving forward. Your suggestion about the new tools, I guess that's why I distributed that paper by Linwood Pendleton et al. Because of the data analysis tools and the way of new ways of thinking about data and its application to management. So that's yet another tool that could be part of a review on that topic.
Yeah.
All right. So thank you, John.
We'll sign off.
We'll try not to give you any major assignments in your absence.
Well, you can try, but I won't take them. So good luck.
All right. Thank you. Okay. So we go ahead.
Have a good time. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll take a break until 2:30, and then we'll resume our planning session. Right, are we back online? Okay. We're
Yeah.
ready to go. Hi, Joe.
Hi.
Okay, so the next item for our meeting today is, again, the initiation of some discussion about future reviews. I think everybody kind of knows the landscape that we're working on, but just to kind of give a little bit of background. So all of the reviews that are currently underway, so MER, water supply reliability, and the ecosystems review, we're anticipating that we would either have those efforts wrapped up or at least be maybe at the public draft point in the review process by the time that I guess the five of us who are the original members of the board would be rotating off. They have retired, but I think I like rotating off better on August 31st, 2020. And so what we'd like to do is to think a little bit about what reviews either we would want to launch before new members came on. So maybe new members could join ongoing reviews that were at early stages that were being led by the remaining 4 board members. So that the advantage of that is it would enable new members to become engaged in ISB work right away. And then another thing is, as we think about reviews, we can also be thinking about expertise, and we'll be recruiting new members to the ISB, and so the topics that come up in this discussion and subsequent discussions might be helpful in identifying expertise that would be needed in future board members, and this could help John with his recruitment of new ISB members. So it's not, today, this session is not really meant to trigger any new reviews imminently, but to sort of check in with each other on ideas that we've discussed in the past, and maybe talk a little bit about emerging issues in the large field of environmental science, as well as maybe emerging issues in the Delta. Let's see if I want to say anything else. So we've got several materials that were distributed to kind of, I guess, help you begin thinking about future reviews. So we have the ideas that came from our 2017 planning retreat, and on the list that emerged from that retreat, we had ideas for 5 reviews that we considered taking on, and we've actually proceeded with 3 of these ideas. So the review of the IEP, the water supply reliability review, and the ecosystems review were all on that list. The ones that, there are 2 that are remaining on that list, and I'm not necessarily saying that those should be the next 2 we do, but one was to do a follow-up review on water quality, and to have the follow-up review focus more on salinity, dissolved oxygen, and I think and temperature. Thank you, Tracy. So that was one topic that is still on a list. And then there was also the topic of restoration, although I think maybe some of that, I don't know, Steve, did that get included in the ecosystems, or is that still a topic that we may revisit in the future?
I think when we started the ecosystem review, it started out as ecosystem. So we had a lot of different components of it, and just going through our notes here was fish and food webs, invasive species, spatial aspects, connection between wetland and terrestrial landscapes. And at that stage, we thought, just in our discussion, well, maybe restoration really could be part of that or a follow-on from that. Mm-hmm. And then since then, of course, we focused the ecosystem more specifically on invasives.
Okay. So that we can keep restoration on the list. Another, oh, go ahead, Joy.
Yeah, I think you should, because I'm treating the invasive aspects of restoration, but certainly not restoration per se. Mm-hmm. And I think there's some huge decisions that have to be made, even if we won't be able to address in our invasive species review. But the basic question is a policy one. When do we decide not to tackle an invasive species? When do we decide not to restore a particular area? I think there's plenty to do with a separate review.
Okay, yeah, I'm not advocating that we take anything off the list. So we do have water quality 2 and restoration are remaining topics from our last retreat. The other thing I wanted to just remind everyone about is that at our last retreat, we also decided as a board that there would be some sort of crossover issues that we would try to tackle in each review. So, for example, climate change impacts was one of them. The connections upstream and to the bay was another topic. Modeling and forecasting capabilities. The state of science integration. Broad science vision, and what's the uncertainty? Sorry, yeah, and sorry, there might be more. There's also science and social systems linkages. Thank you, Jay's helping me out here. So you've all received a document that Madison prepared, which was really nice, I think, in terms of thinking about our reviews, where basically she crosswalked those themes across the reviews and sort of, maybe checked where those topics were covered. Of course, some of the early, that discussion in 2017 sort of happened after some reviews had already taken place, but I thought it was interesting that some of those same themes had been covered in the earlier reviews. So thank you for doing that. Do you want to say anything to the board about that effort?
Yeah, so it basically, I just went through all the past reviews and kind of tried to summarize and pick out exact quotes from the 7 topics that you guys had discussed at your planning retreats in 2017. And I think the idea was those topics wouldn't become their own reviews, like, necessarily, but I mean, there was like a possibility of that in the future, so it would just be helpful to know what was said about them in past reviews, so just so that your future reviews are informed by what's been said about these 7 topics in the past, especially if you do want to include what's been said about them in past reviews. But I mean, I think it includes everything, but there obviously could be little tidbits missing. But
I found it to be really, really useful and very educational for me to see that we actually weren't as lame as we thought we were early on. So it was nice to see the coverage.
It's been a learning process.
Yeah, it has been a learning process.
I got to learn a lot too reading all the reviews, so it was helpful for everyone.
Yeah, well, and at least as a resource, I think we would want to share all of those reviews with incoming board members. I'm not going to play the professor and make assignments or anything, but
after they've signed.
After they've signed, yeah, don't scare them away.
Okay. All right, and then finally, another set of materials were just some papers that I thought would be helpful to the discussion. So just taking another look at the Luoma et al. Paper, which is focused on challenges in the Delta. I offered the paper by Pendleton et al., which only recently came out, but again, thinking about tools and specifically thinking about data. Like right now, data is a big topic in science. So anyway, we might think about how to use the data that we have available, as well as how we want to have new data streams as we move into the future. And then Tom reminded us of the Tonkin et al. Paper about preparing river ecosystems for an uncertain future. So this is a pretty informal discussion. I put forward a few questions asking you to think about emerging issues and challenges in the field of environmental science at large. And then secondly, to think about specific emerging issues and challenges that relate to the Delta ecosystem. And then also to revisit topics that were identified in our last retreat and think about whether they continue to be high priorities as we move forward into the future. So actually, I didn't really know how to structure this, so I'm just going to open up the floor for thoughts and feedback from the board, and I'll try to moderate things as we move forward. And so Tom has his nameplate up, so maybe we'll start there.
Put it down while I'm thinking about it. I mean, this is kind of random. The Tonkin article I found interesting from the perspective that the critical lesson I think there was understanding processes well enough that you can make predictions, and it got me Center when it started was founded with sort of this outrageous idea that it used to get its original grant from NSF, and that was to develop a master model for Southern California. And I can remember the almost outright laughter from colleagues over the concept of modeling this huge earthquake engine in Southern California. And in a sense, they accomplished it because what it did was it forced them to ask, what questions are the most important ones, and they could sort of prioritize their research. And what I'm wondering is if we could do something like that for the Delta. Now, probably the master model would get even louder laughter if we were to propose that at this point, because I don't think we understand a lot of the processes. But some of the questions today, like the 3D water model and that kind of dynamic model revealed that there's some things that we sort of can do or we've started to do, and then there's probably other things that we're collecting data, but we're not doing enough to be able to make meaningful predictions. We're just monitoring with that data. And so the bottom line is maybe a review on our predictive capabilities for the Delta over the whole range of topics. So it might be a whole board effort to pull something like that off, but just some kind of revelation of where the gaps are and where we're making progress and how hopeful we can be. I think it just might be a useful starting point for state policy.
Yeah, thank you. I think that is a topic of interest. I mean, certainly having the ability to make better predictive capabilities is going to be important. So others?
So this is Joe Fernando. I was thinking that with these rapid changes with the climate change, maybe something to do with like Delta in the face of changing climate, that type of a topic. I mean, start with that broader theme and then kind of focus on certain issues of relevance to Delta. So climate change and Delta, that type of a review. I know that Dick is working on a kind of a position paper. Maybe that can evolve from that, but maybe something to think about.
I was going to suggest something along that line as well. Climate change is something that everybody's talking about, everybody seems interested in. People always like to talk about the weather. but, and it might be a good way to get a bunch of new board members engaged in a common review on climate change, adaptation science, or something in the realm of climate change. It would be a good way to bring a lot of folks together and get them to talk to a whole bunch of other folks. Another topic area that I thought of, probably because Joe was talking, is on hydrodynamic and water quality modeling. That's going to be essential to a lot of these areas, and we've never done a review on that area, and we have Joe Fernando on the board to help us out. Right, Joe?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I agree, yeah. In fact, I was thinking on the same lines a little bit earlier.
Yeah. How about, like, modeling that not only thinks about hydrodynamics and water quality, but being able to link that to food webs and other aspects of the delta? Are those not known well enough? I don't know what you would call it, but some type of like integration across modeling.
That's definitely of interest. I mean, we have an integrated modeling steering committee that the council's put together and that is working currently on making recommendations around how to promote integrated modeling, but I think there would be some interest, I think, in that.
I would like, I mean, I think it's fine. One of the nice things, if you call it hydrodynamic and water quality modeling, is you're going to be very mechanistic. I'm a little bit worried that when we start talking about integrated modeling or the models of everything, that it becomes too hand-wavy. And we've had a lot of that. But a lot of, I think, classical interpretations of hydrodynamic and water quality modeling go up at least through phytoplankton quite often. So it sort of depends on
Yeah, now it's the whole area of ecological modeling, right? So that might be something encompassing the ecological aspects and the hydrodynamics.
I'd agree. It might be nice to have a review on hydrodynamic, water quality, and ecological modeling, sort of packaged that way.
Yeah.
Of course, that was our number one recommendation of the Fish and Flows report that Jay and Joe were involved in, was to develop an integrated modeling, linking 3D hydrodynamic models to fish in a mechanistic way. So,
but that would be a fairly tight topic, that will be suitable, I think, for new board members to sort of come in with as well.
I can comment on the climate thing. Climate, I think, we're going to be having in early March some sort of a science needs assessment with a focus on climate change, and that might provide some, more guidance as to where the missing analysis is in terms of where we might want to target a review on that topic.
Would I endorse the concept of working with the upstream watersheds and the links to the delta? I think there's a big opportunity here for adaptive management because of the many different watersheds and the possibility of comparing impacts on the delta. And I think more and more we have to expand the sphere of our examination beyond the specific delta upstream.
Right. And
I think for the voluntary agreements, there's, as has come up multiple times, there's definitely lots of interest in linking to the watersheds and thinking about comparisons of, effects of flow versus effects of other activities, non-flow related activities, and how do you trade off, how do you make comparisons between doing restoration versus a certain amount of flow? Or I think it's a very challenging topic, but I think there's lots of interest in that in terms of setting goals, setting flow-related goals, setting non-flow-related goals, and how do you sort of move between those two different things.
it might be tempting to have a review on delta and tributary ecosystems that would focus on sort of linking those two or delinking them in different cases.
I guess kind of related, and I don't want to expand out too much, but there are other connections than water from the watershed. So other materials are transported along the water. So just thinking about sort of the connections to the upstream watershed in a broad way, with water being sort of the primary agent by which things move, but also thinking that other things are impacting the delta from the tributaries and the surrounding watershed. I see.
I agree.
Okay, Vince.
One of the things that's coming up in really a lot of detail in our monitoring enterprise review in terms of us trying to understand and the ESSA trying to get a handle on is the socioeconomic issues dictated the delta's place. And he had a lot of material that didn't get into that final report that could have dealt with this. And, currently you have Michaels at University of the Pacific. Basically, what he's setting the agenda on that. And I think there's a lot more that could be brought together besides that. So I think this is really something that it's jumping out. Most of our conference calls we've had with ESSA has been trying to get some agreement on how the socioeconomic is going to, how the drivers are going to fit into environmental services and benefits. So I think that's a really obvious one to do. And again, the new committee that's been formed that John put together, Holly Doremus and that one, would be very helpful in that regard.
So, I think Tracy wants to jump in.
I'll put this up first there. So in this context, I'm hearing a lot of this issue of rapid change and how do we get better prognostication capabilities. I like the idea of the better modeling, looking at water quality and other aspects of the system. I think we've got this water quality part 2 in here, which at this point seems kind of almost trivial to look at that by itself. We said in our little mini prospectus, we've got a pretty good, salinity is so well studied, the science behind DO and temperature is pretty good. It's not perfect. It could be subject to review, but I would recommend we actually move that either back in the list, because none of us, it would be me and Liz and Vince again who would be working on that, and we will not be here long enough to see it through, I don't think. But alternatively, I would propose combining that with this modeling. Part of the aspect of the modeling exercise would be, is the science about these attributes adequate, and where it's not adequate, what do we need to do? And that would then would be, I think, a lot more constructive and not as trivial.
This is a question to John. Your integrated modeling team that you have put together, are they looking at science needs, or what are they actually doing?
They're looking more at sort of what the existing models are that are out there. Well, so we have a contractor who's doing the initial work. They're looking at best practices for integrated modeling and making recommendations about how we could address some of the limitations and challenges to facilitating better integrated modeling.
With a delta focus?
Specifically within the delta.
Okay. So we kind of jumped into the delta, but maybe we should step back and think about science at large. I mean, obviously some of these topics tie into science at large, like rapid change, climate change, et cetera. But if you think about, I don't know, recent science reviews or, just the conversations that are happening in the larger community, like take off your Delta hats for a minute. Like, are there themes that you're reading about or hearing about that we should be thinking about? I mean, maybe they haven't even come up in the Delta conversation yet, but they're still important in the field.
Shouldn't we be asking our NSF person that question?
I can't say anything because of conflict of interest. But Tom?
One theme that occurs to me is adaptation. I've been surprised how much in the last few weeks I've been reading about sea level rise. And I mean, some of the articles talk about we're going to save some cities, others we can't afford to save. And the delta just sort of sits there all by itself. We know sea level's going to rise, but there just seems to be this greater issue of how we're going to adapt adaptively to this challenge, so that sea level rise is a theme that unites a lot of science and a lot of geography in the U.S. So that would be one topic that.
Right, and adaptation also, of course, has a lot of policy aspects to it as well as human behavior. I sort of agree with you in that, like, there has been a shift for a long time. I think people were, I don't know, either denying climate change or thinking that we were going to be able to fix or mitigate it. And I'm still hoping that we will be able to do that. But I think that the conversation has shifted a lot more to, all right, this is happening. How are we going to adapt? What decisions are we going to make about placement of cities and infrastructure, and where are the vulnerable populations?
And marshes.
And environments as well, habitats. So I see a lot of conversation about adaptation too.
I think the article you sent around on data issues and John's mention of tools is something that's definitely very relevant. How do we take advantage of all this information in an effective way? So I think that's certainly something that's of growing interest in the Delta.
Right, and that is actually something that sort of was at least partially inspired by my NSF hat, in that, one of the 10 big ideas at NSF is about data, that there's a big emphasis on both managing data, new data streams. For a long time in ocean sciences, we've been really data limited. We just had snapshots of regions of the ocean, not even very good coverage, but as technology increases and we have a lot of remote data capabilities, both remote sensing and actual sensors that are being distributed in the ocean, so we're getting a lot greater spatial coverage as well as spatial temporal coverage. And so then how do you harness that information? How do you make it accessible? How do you use it in decision making, as well as to advance the field?
So along those lines, I think data management is a really good topic, and it might be a good topic by itself, but we have sort of a similar, much like IEP and monitoring, we have modeling just in general. We have all these different fiefdoms developing their own little models that at one time had some justification. Do we want to review that whole enterprise set of monitoring enterprise workshop for efforts of modeling, either together with data or separately? What would be, I think, good topics from my modeler's perspective.
Sorry. Oh, Vince, go ahead.
There it goes. I think these ideas are wonderful, and hearing about it, I'm sure makes those of us that are leaving wishing we could stay to pursue these. But I think I think it raises the issue about new members, are we going to specifically look for people that fit these areas, or are we going to look for the best people and have them ultimately be moving those directions? I think that's really an issue because, say we talk about new techniques like John mentioned genomics. We're going to get a very, very specific person if we get somebody that's working with genomics and knows about CRISPR and everything else. Likewise with data, you can get a very different person that doesn't have a broad area. So I just think this is worth bringing up at some point. And I know John will be picking and do you have a committee, I presume, to do this? Or we'll be doing it. So I just think we should be thinking of that, not so much the 5 of us that are leaving, but the people that are staying.
I would hope that this discussion does not influence who is appointed to the board.
Yeah, I don't think it necessarily will, but it might, this discussion might at least, hint at expertise that would be, that could be beneficial to the board. It's not going to lead to a particular person being selected for the board. At least I don't think so.
These are basically one-year efforts that they shouldn't govern what is a 10-year investment.
1-year review?
Definitely. You'll have one of yours is going to be done every year.
So how about from the world of ecology, any big themes that we should be thinking about? Looking at Steve, but we have several ecologists in the room. Vince.
John has always brought this issue up of novel ecosystems and the issue of resilience that's coming in related to those. I'm not sure exactly how you would word this as a review, but there's big issues surrounding that and this of course gets into what Joy has talked about with restoration, of changing attitudes about that. And I actually think the restoration is still a good idea. That was the first review. We would do it very differently now than we did it then. Because I remember you and I, Liz, worked with John on that. And so, you could tie, issues of resilience, novel ecosystems, and restoration all together.
Yeah, and some of that may flow from our invasives review because we're, one of the chapters is how do you do, restoration, the concept of invasive species and changing species composition, and another chapter deals more or less how do you do ecosystem management in the context of a changing ecosystem, including the species composition, as well as the environmental change. So some of that will touch on it, but that's not specifically the review. And another thing we talked about in ecosystems, which again is touched on a little bit, is the whole concept of food webs. And even if you look at the IEP Strategic Science Plan, they talk a lot about species, they talk about food webs, but there's not any mention of doing any science related to food webs. As far as I know, there's no food web model for the Delta, and or people even trying to compile a model, much less compile the data to inform that model. And that, even driven by changing environmental systems, is another step above that. But there's a lot of talk about predation. There's a lot of talk about individual species and prediction, but it's a food web system out there, and that just seems to be a gap. Now, there I've done a review, so you can just write that up and be done with it. I don't know if the food web, the whole ecosystem approach, leading off from what Vince said, including food webs.
The Joy or Joe, do you have?
I have strong opinions about the concept of novel ecosystems, and nobody has yet been able to tell me which ecosystems are not novel. They're all novel to a degree, and the new terminology doesn't really warrant view. It's a debate about opinions, but I agree that restoration as a concept is worthy of review.
Yeah, it is true that the restoration review was our first it was our first review. Like, we didn't have any, model about how to undertake a review. We didn't do any outreach because we weren't thinking about outreach at that time. So, okay, we did some, but we're doing outreach in a lot different way and in a much broader way now than we did at that time.
You know what I would like to see is a design for field experimentation to assist in management throughout the Delta, because we're losing opportunities by not having a holistic view of experimentation. And it would be quite nice to have brainstorming ideas about come up with the most useful experiments and then whether or not they might be practically implementable. But you can add experimentation and observations to management activities, but to get in front of it and actually come up with the food web experiment or something along those lines, that doesn't usually happen. Restorations are reactive rather than...
We're having a little trouble hearing you, Joy.
I have trouble speaking. I would like to see us get ahead of restoration instead of having it be reactive, to have the science become proactive. We know there are going to be tens of thousands of hectares restored in the Delta, and if time and energy were there to come up with optimal approaches that involve major holistic ecosystem level experimentation, maybe NSF would fund it.
Yeah, no, I think you're right that there's an opportunity to not only conduct restoration projects, but to embed experimentation in those projects so that we can learn from them, both here in the Delta, but also as a contribution to the larger scientific community.
I think that was one of the shortcomings why NSF had a restoration area for a very short period of time, because nobody could come up with projects that could be facilitated, implemented on the short term. It requires a long-term approach, innovative planning. It's worthy of thinking about.
Yeah, I've always wondered why there's not a Delta LTER. Like, I feel like, I don't know if anyone has ever put together an LTER proposal for this system, but it seems like it would be just ripe for that type of effort. And those, this is the long-term ecological, I forgot what R is, research. Sorry, it's late in the day for those who are on East Coast time. But yeah, anyway, so I think thinking about opportunities like that would be beneficial.
That relates to the monitoring enterprise, because really that's what LTER is. The monitoring exercise with associated research.
Yeah, it's monitoring is part of it, but there's also experimentation as well.
So the adaptive management thing, right?
Sorry, Joe, did you want to follow up on adaptive management?
No, I was saying that the adaptive management, which, the Delta is the whole process is emphasizing the adaptive management. That's kind of involved experimentation. So that, together with the monitoring enterprise, should give you some kind of a foray for a LTER, nice LTER, with additional stations.
So any other topics? Yes, Steve.
Yeah, just general thoughts now, just trying to put some of this together. It seems like when we do our reviews and our discussion of reviews, it seems to fall into sort of two categories. One is the category of tools. You know, John mentioned tools. We talked about modeling. If you look at the ones we've done, monitoring, is a tool, adaptive management is a tool, and, how it's being applied and how well it's being used. The other concept is looking at the drivers, sort of the environmental drivers, maybe fish and flows, restoration, which is a habitat alteration. And if you look at sort of the 6 key drivers of ecosystems, pollution is one, so we've looked at, water quality in a sense was looking at a driver. Invasives is another one. Habitat alteration, which means restoration. We have not looked at climate, but that is one of the big drivers. The other one is resource use, which we haven't touched at all, which would basically be fisheries in this case, and extreme events. And so that's the way we've done both of those kinds of approaches, sort of the tool approach and the ecosystem driver concept and what are the things. So maybe if we can look at it from that perspective and see if we've missed anything as the next obvious thing we should look at, or we just a thought.
That's good. Yeah, Dick had a
Yeah, I'd like to bring us back to the mandate that says we're supposed to do this every 5 years. And when the legislature set us up a decade ago, the vision was that we were to review the adequacy of the science to make sure it's best available, and all of the science in support of adaptive management. And in our initial effort, we said, which science should we review? And found 120 agencies to look at and 120 science programs to look at. That didn't look like a real good way to go. And we chose the chapters of the Delta Plan. And to be consistent, we should go back and start with the chapters of the Delta Plan again, because we're way off schedule. We're 4 years behind our second review. Or we don't want to talk about this at all and hope everybody forgets. The other thought was that...
Well, once you're off the board, Dick, then they will forget.
I'm sorry. Is that I do think the times have changed, or our realization of the times have changed significantly, and adaptive management, which was considered to be something within an ecological adaptive process, is becoming a people adaptive process, much more so. And if we think of adaptation to climate change, adaptation to just more rapid change, whereas adaptive management, it was earlier conceived was, if your efforts don't work, then you learn why your efforts don't work and you adapt. Now we know our efforts aren't going to work, but we need to adapt because situations are changing and we need to keep adapting. And in that case, this idea of looking, scoping, horizon scanning, as we've been doing for the last hour, makes a lot of sense, because we're basically saying, how's the Delta doing in this larger picture of what we see elsewhere being done, or we think ought to be done. So I'm just trying to rationalize the conversation from the intent of the legislature to where we seem to be going. But I do feel frustrated that it doesn't seem to be tied to a particular science program or a field of science programs being undertaken in the Delta, that we're instead sort of dreaming up things that ought to be done more than reviewing stuff that is being done. That's just commentary.
Okay. Yeah, Jay.
I think that's a really good point, Dick. When I was first brought on the board, I read the same legislation and I thought, oh, well, that's a pretty tall order. Probably the best way to do that is to have us every couple of years have every agency give us their science plans, and we would review their science plans in one swell swoop. And I was told, no, we're not going to do that, mostly because they don't have any science plans. We're going to organize this by the chapters of the Delta plan. And I thought, well, okay, I can see some reason for us to do it that way, but in the longer term, as we now have a Delta science plan nominally, and functionally, it's still sort of the larval form of probably what it ought to be, but it doesn't seem beyond the realm of reason for us to think about, oh, maybe if we want to encourage all the agencies to have their own science plans and have them integrate them, maybe we should say, well, starting X number of years from now, we're going to move to this new way of reviewing everybody's science plans. And if you don't have a science plan, well, we're going to notice that as a way of encouraging all the agencies to be a little better stewards of science and do some more integration. And so we might think about that kind of more mischievous way of organizing our systematic reviews of what science is actually occurring, as well as these other useful things that we do.
But, yeah, thank you, Dick, for sort of reminding us of our mandate. And I think, in some ways we could, even in the context of this conversation, we could, we may want to go back to the Delta plan and review the chapters for a second round, but we may look at them in quite a different way just because of how the system is evolving and how science is evolving at the same time. I think Tracy would like to speak.
How can you tell? Because I pushed the button, yes. And just a sort of practical matter, again, in our original enabling legislation, we had BDCP as something that we were required to do. We heard the chair of the council today talk about the new single pipe conveyance. We should probably you, Liz, or John, we should find out, are there expectations that as that project is reformulated, will it come before the board again? Because we have a pretty good footing now of what we did for BDCP. It shouldn't be as massive an undertaking, but it could still be a big commitment of time. So that's something we should probably scope out a little bit and see if it might be coming our way again.
Do you have any?
It will be coming your way. I mean, assuming that it continues to move forward, but I think in a few years, I think what I've heard is 2 to 3 years to complete the environmental documents. But I think it would come, and I think there would be the expectation that the board would review that or provide input on it.
Steve, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to follow up on Dick. And first of all, I also read it too, and not to correct you, but it's every 4 years. And so we're really even further behind. But I guess if I were a lawyer defending us, what I would say is that, every review encompasses pretty much all the programs out there. If we're looking at monitoring, is probably the best example. We're reviewing all of those programs. When we looked at Fish and Flow, we looked at a subset of programs. So I think there's a lot of cross stuff, and I think that we're looking at IAP, which includes a big chunk of everything. So I think that we probably have reviewed all the programs. I'm not sure. I mean, maybe we should ask the question: is there any specific science program out there that's large enough that we can identify it that we've missed in our reviews? And I don't know that we would, but maybe that's a question worth asking in that context, that we missed anything, because I think we probably have hit things, although we may not have identified it as individual programs. And every time we do a review, it's comprehensive enough. The adaptive management's another one where every program, in a sense, was hit in one way or another. So I think we're reviewing all programs in the context of slices of different aspects of it. So.
Yeah, and we also, through our interview process and surveys, we have connected with a lot of different programs, as well as the folks that we've invited to be part of our panels and make presentations for us. Like if we had a compilation of all the science programs that we have interacted with, I think we've covered a wide swath of the Delta science community.
We reviewed the Delta Science Plan. What do you mean?
You did. Yeah.
We did.
We did do that. Yes. All right. So, I think what I'd like to do is ask whether any members of our audience, which is very small, but if anybody would like to provide some thoughts to the board. We also, I think one thing we might want to consider as we move forward, in our 2017 review, we actually asked for some feedback from some individuals from the larger Delta science community. So, we might think about whether we want to do that again. Before you start, Deirdre, I want to hear from Vince.
Lauren, I think several years ago, 8 years ago, you put together a list of all the science programs that were working in the Delta. And I remember you said it wasn't complete and it went on for pages. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. So, Deirdre, did you have a question?
I just had a brief comment about the modeling, and that's just that I'm seeing, particularly in BDCP, there were layers and layers of models, and I'd really like to see the board, some of them were well thought out, some of them were kind of hypotheses, and really I wanted to advocate for looking at the issue of model validation. Because, the models reflect the biases of people who are creating them, and validation is really critical. And again, the foundation for it is the calcium model, and the reservoir operations have never been validated for that model. And that's another issue as well.
Thank you. I think Jay had a comment.
You've touched on one of my favorite horses, pet peeves. There's a school of thought that says models cannot be validated; they can only be invalidated. And I think that's quite true. So I would like to see us talk about model testing, and I think your criticism applies. We don't test our models nearly as well as we should, or as explicitly or publicly. That holds true for most models.
Lauren, did you? Thank you.
How quick they forget.
I know. I haven't had it. Is it on now?
Yes.
If I can just offer a few thoughts on things maybe you've missed. And I actually think the modeling one is a really good one. And there's many ways you could focus that. What Deirdre and Jay were just talking about, or what you mentioned earlier, Jay. I think that's ripe for review. And I think the modeling is only going to get more and more important in dealing with this rapid change stuff. So I would put that one out there as a recommendation. Another one, I think, really your levy review, only focused on seismic, really. And the levy stuff is really important with sea level rise and everything else, climate change. That's a really important thing. And there's a lot of science and engineering involved in that. And I think that one could be, so getting to Dick's point of revisiting the chapters of the Delta Plan, I think there's a lot of other aspects to look at in terms of levies. And then just in water supply reliability, the modeling stuff you're talking about is going to be touched on there, but there's so much of the management of the Delta is linked to the data collection, analysis, and modeling of flows and everything surrounding that water operations. And I don't think you guys have really touched on that. And you've got one aspect in your reliability, but there's so many more aspects of that could be addressed. And then in terms of science programs, there are science efforts that are less well known, but that do important things. And the one I'm thinking of is the Bay Delta office at DWR that does the evaluations of, the acoustic barriers on Georgiana Slough and things like that. They actually do a lot of science-related efforts, but I don't think you've...
Talked to Eli a lot.
Talk to Eli, yeah,
So
and that's important. But anyway, it's just kind of daylighting some of those things. So just a few thoughts. I think there are gaps that fit within the themes of the 5 chapters of the Delta Plan that you guys could still look at.
Okay. Any, actually, we have another comment. Yeah, and make sure you introduce yourself for the members that are off.
Thanks. I'm Linda Smith with Metropolitan Water District. I just really quick, I think a lot of the issues you've raised for reviews sound like they'd be good topics. I just want to second the modeling review. I do think that's really important. We have standard models that we've relied on for many, many years, decades, to do our planning and, to do near-term sort of forecasting, but also to do long-term. And like Lauren just mentioned, being able to look long-term with our models and see what types, how the system might change, and developing conceptual models to study is going to be really important. And there's a lot of models in development. I personally, because of the issues I'm interested in and involved in, there's several models looking at nutrients, linking hydrodynamics with biogeochemical models for nutrients and phytoplankton that are in development. I'm sure there's other models in development. So I think it's a very important and very timely issue. Thanks.
There's a saying that models are never completed, they're only abandoned.
Yes.
All right. Let's see. Edmund, did you want to add to the conversation?
Speaking of modeling, I'm just wondering, for the ones working on the water supply reliability review, looking at water supply estimation, do you see the potential to tie some of the dots today to that review, or do you think these are kind of further along, like model validation testing?
We should certainly touch on model testing, I think.
I think that would also cover the Bay Delta office, too, of that review, DWR's Bay Delta office.
I'm a very creative academic. I presume Tom in as well. So we could make this cover the whole universe if we wanted to stretch it. But I want to keep this as focused, as timely and completable as possible.
You only have 7 more years on the board, Jay, so.
I don't have that many.
All right. So I guess at this point we just have maybe a list of ideas. I've taken some notes during the discussion, and I know we'll have other notes from the meeting. So maybe what we'll try to do is to pull out some of that discussion into some bullets that we can follow. We can continue the discussion. How do folks feel about bringing outsiders into the discussion? Was that valuable last time? Is it premature this time since we're going to have a lot of board turnover? I don't know. I just kind of like to hear what members of the board think. My sense is that, again, we're not going to plan the future out for the new board members, but I thought it was helpful and informative last time. But anyway, just curious to hear what others see. And I see lots of nameplates going up. So we'll start with Vince.
I think it would be useful in the sense of having a small number of the board members that are continuing form like a lead author group to really look into prioritizing these with some of the agency people. But I think it should be left to the ones that are going to continue, and just sort of a preliminary, which ones are feasible, which ones are not, which ones, elicit excitement, which ones don't. So that would be my suggestion.
Okay, let's see, Jay?
This is a very experienced board now. We're able to, I can't imagine us undertaking the monitoring enterprise work review or the IEP review 5 years ago. So we're going to be bringing on a new board of people that mostly have to acquaint themselves with this whole system. I think it would be useful to have a discussion of this topic in March through May through June of next year, when hopefully we have these new board members in the wings at least. Not so that we will decide for them what's going to happen, although hopefully we can get one or two of these reviews started that they'll be copacetic with if they continue. But to get them to realize the enormity of this and the kind of points that we've been thinking about and how do we organize our reviews and address our legislative mandates. And we've been doing it this way for a while and we've been useful, but maybe there's a different way and they should be part of that thinking.
And I think, Steve, did you want to say something?
I had an idea, but I actually like Vince and Jay's idea better. And I think they floated naturally to each other. Maybe start out with having the continuing board group or something like that to meet to get some ideas. But then at the time when I know that John is planning some overlap with these groups and perhaps a joint meeting at some stage early on, and maybe that's a good time to give the new board members a chance to get an in-depth idea of how things have worked, what some ideas are that are on the table right now, but then also open the floor for new ideas and thinking so they can sort of buy into the concept. So by the time they actually come on board, they're ready to go.
Yeah. One thing that occurred to me, John, is as you're talking with potential board members, our meetings are available as a resource. So, if I were a board member, maybe, again, the composition will change, but just seeing how the board, how it functions, how it works, what kinds of activities we've been involved in, what interactions we have with people both on the Stewardship Council and in the scientific community with the agencies, et cetera.
I agree completely. Actually, I talked to one person this week and encouraged him to watch, so I think that's great advice.
Do we want people on the board that have no better thing to do than to watch our meetings?
Did you prepare a highlights or top hits of the ISB?
And who still want to join after they've seen a video?
Well, they'll know at least 6 of us aren't going to be here any longer. All right. So if we don't, I don't know how folks feel. I sort of feel like maybe we've taken this topic as far as we can today, or maybe that we should. Yeah, I think it's been a very good discussion. As I said, we'll try to pull together at least some notes and some summary from this discussion, and I'm sure we'll be revisiting the topic as we move forward. So let's see. Tracy's wiping his hands. Okay, so we're kind of close to wrapping things up. So the next thing on the agenda is just to talk a little bit about upcoming Delta ISB meetings. So I think, sorry. I got confused. I thought somebody wanted to say something. So in August, we will be having a teleconference. Actually, Edmund, I don't have the date of that meeting on this document, but yeah, we don't have a lot of topics on the agenda for that meeting, but we would be having status updates for the different ongoing, the 15th. Okay, yeah, so it's August 15th, and I'm assuming it would be like a 9 a.m. to noon time frame. That's when we typically have the teleconferences. So yeah, so I guess two things that would be on that agenda. One would be updates on ongoing reviews, and then probably another round of discussion about the IEP review, like what public comments we received, how we're resolving those or moving forward or that type of thing. And then in September, I was not prepared for this. So our September meeting will be an in-person meeting, and that is the 12th and 13th of September. And I know at least right now, we're expecting that along with our regular business, we would have the presentation from ESSA on the interim monitoring inventory report. I don't know if it will be ready, but I guess we'll just stay abreast of that, and if it's not, we'll adjust. There were a couple of things that we have been talking about for this meeting that didn't quite work. So, for example, we can schedule in Karen's presentation, and remind me, Edmund, we were also thinking about something on the
voluntary settlement agreements.
Yes, yeah,
and yeah, I think we could likely schedule that for September.
Good. And so that's what I have on tap for our upcoming meetings. And I guess as the time gets nearer, we'll check in with folks about the September in-person meeting and see who will be able to attend and who will not be able to attend. Go ahead.
We'll want to organize some interviews around maybe both of those meetings, the teleconference meeting as well as the September in-person meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, can I add, when we did teleconferences, they were not as effective as the in-person.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
They really didn't work.
they don't work as well, but, if we want to get some, logistics being what they are.
Yeah. What I would do with the teleconference interviews that we didn't do is send them questions in advance and ask them to look at them and come up with answers first.
That's a good idea.
Thanks.
Yeah, so let's stay in touch on that, Jay, about either scheduling time before the meeting or dedicating some time during the time when we're here to doing those interviews or doing some of them.
Before the day after.
Yeah. Okay.
Do we have the climate change vulnerability assessment? Isn't there some talk of having a presentation about that?
Yes, I think it's sort of being reevaluated in terms of figuring out the timeline for its development within the council. Okay. But I can check in and see if it's a good time for that.
All right. So let's go through a review of items for follow-up. And do you want to start that, Edmund? And I'm sure you'll be inclusive of everything, but if I have something in my notes that you've missed, I'll mention it.
Okay, so from the executive officer report, I have the email Liz, for the chair's report, the ISB chair's report, I have the email ideas to Liz and Steve on what to present to the Delta Stewardship Council on August 22nd. Based on today, some ideas presented was to summarize our discussion on plans for future reviews, to run some ideas to the council, to also mention some of the work with rapid environmental change, and relating this information to the council, and also to highlight the monitoring enterprise review workshop. Also from the ISB Chair's report, I have an action item to put up kind of like the current ISB projects that have been taken down so people know what to look for. And then I'm also going to follow up with other council staff about the other web pages. And I think Jessica Law mentioned that we'll see if we can give you guys, the ISB members, internal access to some of those documents since you guys are contractors to the council. For the executive officer report, we need to start thinking about which members would like to participate in the searching of the next Delta lead scientist. Right now it mainly contains, right now it includes Steve Brandt for sure, but there's opportunities for at least 2 other members to participate. So please email Liz if you are interested. The idea was brought up from Chair Tatayan today about the need to have the full board look at the recruitment flyer. I think Dick brought up, if it's similar to before, perhaps it doesn't need to go through the full ISB. Moving on to the discussion on the DPIC long-term scientific needs assessment, Steve and Jay will share an outline of the scientific needs assessment workshop outline. I think by August, you said that's possible, right, Steve?
I think the scientific needs assessment workshop could probably go out the way it is now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then the pre-workshop briefing paper that will supplement that workshop is not quite ready for distribution yet. For that agenda topic, John Calloway also mentioned about organizing a panel discussion at the State of Estuary, and he mentioned that if you guys have any ideas for panel questions, to send them over to him. Regarding the agenda item of how to inform rapid environmental change that Dick is working on, he's working on a scientific op-ed or some other term that we don't quite know what that is. And then there's interest to have a public draft for debate by September, and then start having the board provide input.
Was it September, or I thought you were saying potentially August, is what I thought you said, and then somebody else said September.
I think we can actually do this by August. Everything seems to take longer and longer in this board, so I'm going to try.
Okay, I'll change it to August. And I also have, for that same topic, we need to start thinking about some sort of speakers for the fall. And then I'll follow up with individual members after the meeting regarding that. For the Delta Lead Scientist Report, I have that John Calloway will send out the announcement for the Delta Science Fellowship, which opens in August, and he'll send out some of the articles of interest that he covered today. For the IEP review, public comments close on July 26th, and before then, individual members should send me comments if you have additional edits. Some of the things that were covered today include incorporating prediction and forecasting into recommendation number 10. Tom was going to work on that, and he's done, so yay. The second one was the recommendations need to be punchier. John Weens and Joy Zedler mentioned that they may look into providing ideas, and Joy has also finished, so she's done with her follow-up item. Another thing that was covered for that report was to mention disaggregation again once you guys mention it in recommendation number 4. Some other comments received for the board to look into is when talking about the monitoring enterprise review in the report, to not just mention that the review is looking for overlaps, but also looking for gaps. And And then there was also a comment about how the value of interviews is not highlighted enough. And I think, although there's a lot of good discussion today, I think board members are encouraged to submit comments by the 26th. So going on to the updates on current reviews. For the monitoring, I have that the lead authors are starting to work on an outline based on the current products that ESSA has produced, the bibliography, and other things that have been accomplished so far. For the water supply reliability review, I have that for the full board to look at the outline and sample interview questions that were prepared for today's meetings and to provide any suggested edits. We're going to start working to schedule interviews for the water supply reliability review. The tentative times are September in-person meeting or the August teleconference, but I think based on what Vince said today, in-person works the best. In terms of planning for future reviews, I think I'm going to be working with Liz and the other chairs to summarize key things that were reported today for future discussion. Did I miss anything or anything that people would like to add to the list?
Thank you. Pretty complete. Actually, that's a big list of follow-up items. All right, so any questions or anything we want to follow up on regarding that list of to-dos? And Edmund, you'll send that out, like there'll be a meeting follow-up email?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so we now have an opportunity for comments from the public for any matters that are not on the agenda, but within the subject matter of the Delta. Open, what was that? We know modeling.
This is just another modeling comment. So Health and Safety Code 5704 requires a thorough independent science review of the scientific basis for the water quality plan update. And I just want to point out that to the extent the voluntary settlement agreements use calcium modeling, it's never had that. You go back, you read the peer review, which I believe Lund was on, and it says due to the time period that none of the technical information needed for a peer review was done. And so they recommended that they have stakeholder groups to do the needed technical review, and it never happened. So I was going to provide some comments to the Water Board about that need and also CC the Delta ISB. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Deidre. All right, I think we're finished, so if there's no further discussion, we will adjourn the meeting a little bit early.
45 minutes early, great.
Yeah.